Hey, good morning. I'm actually going to make a disclaimer. Uh, just because sometimes, my live streams are, they go from different things. Sometimes it's music, sometimes it's commentary, sometimes I'm just rambling. Um, I do understand the thought process of people who like to, you know, uh, you know, eh, there's things, I mean, I get it. There's things people are passionate about, subjects, current events that are going on. And there's so many going on that, my God, to be angry about everything is, it's not even really angry. I don't think that people, when they're passionate about a particular, you know, something that's going on in the news or, maybe something that's going on, um, when they're protesting it or they're talking about it or whatever it is. I don't think it's always anger so much as it is passion. Anger is passion, and it's very important to know that nothing ignored ever goes away. It really doesn't. You know, it doesn't. Weeds, if there's weeds in your yard and you ignore them, they don't go away. You know, rust on your car, or anything at all. Nothing ignored goes away. Um, and I am pretty, convinced that my my opinion is not, highly regarded or anything by anybody, but perhaps if I hadn't had such an aggressive hate campaign put against my channel, you know, to knock me out of algorithms, who knows? But it's fine. That's fine by me because I appreciate the platform. When you're younger, before social media, I mean, let's all before YouTube, let's all admit it. When we were little kids and you're walking by that, thing in the store where you could see yourself on the TV. You remember? And it was like really, it was something, to be able to see yourself on TV. Now it's really common. So I guess for the time being, of while it's prevalent and out there, and since I'm not monetized, so I guess I don't matter much, right? So I may as well talk about things that I come across. And usually when I'll go live, like I did just now, it's because I've seen something, whether it be in the news, whether it be in my own community, or wherever it may be. It's because I've seen something that has made me have a physical reaction. Bad vibes. Something bad going on there. Now I know that there is some people who don't like me, and, you know, but for this particular topic, that's neither here nor there. Because it doesn't have anything to do with me. A lot of times when I, do my research, or I'm, watching YouTube, and I come across the abandoned cities things, I often wonder. You'll hear me sometimes. I'll go, where do they go, though? Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Now, I want to make a disclaimer here. My topics in this particular live stream will be probably disturbing. Okay? Because sometimes I come across a piece of news that wasn't in the news. It was slid under, in my opinion, and well hidden. And when we ask ourselves, where are these people going? What's happening to them? Is it soy and green, right? The gulag? The whole sex trafficking industry? Okay. All right. Now, my opinions are not going to agree with everyone's. Okay? And they are not of anybody in this community or personal opinion, anything at all. I'm thinking that if, for the first time in our lives, we have the opportunity to have our voice heard all over the world, why not use it? Correct? And when I find something that tells me, wait a minute, oh, wait a minute, am I hearing this correctly? Now, I know when I talk about this, people will go, oh, that's conspiracy theory, but it's not. It's news. Because I don't usually take, secondhand information. I know what credible sources and, newsworthy channels that I will, where I get it from. I read, I listen, I study, I make sure, because I don't want to, be sickened for nothing. And so, disclaimer, some of the audio that I'll play in this live stream, I don't know. But does every news channel own, does everything own every clip they play? If I can't share it with the world, then why put it up there, correct? We've got YouTube, in my opinion, and protecting, actually not protecting people from being defamed, because they say, well, we can't say if it's true or not. So, why would I not be able to share some information that I found in the news? I mean, it's public, it's public accessible there, I mean, I just happened upon things. And I'm not even saying that it answers the question of where are these people going? What's going on here? Who's profiting? Allegedly. Here. Not here. But in the whole grand scheme of things. Okay? Now, do I have anybody here with me this morning, or am I talking to myself about something so damn important? Because, whatever you say, myself or anybody, on social media is always, gonna, probably bother somebody, but you also want to know that you've got people who give a crap about what you could possibly be, hey, it's, is what it is, though. Hi, Ministry. I'm glad you're here. Good person to have for what I want to go into here. I feel like whether wrong or right, whatever people say would be scrutinized anyway. So with the power of the internet, I'm going to report on what I I confirm. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just take one account of something. And anything that I'm saying isn't even the story. It's just what I'm reading back to people. So here's the thing. Disclaimer, this is all opinion and commentary only. I always wonder about, how we've got the private prisons now, right? So we got the private prisons that are, factories. So basically work camps. Well, now they have something called work therapy. Did you know that? You remember the gulag? In my opinion, I am in no way referencing this to the gulag. In no way, shape, or form am I comparing concentration camps, internment camps, prison factories, and rehab to an internment camp. Now, here's something little known. Ministry, is still with me? What they do now is, now the funny thing is that as it appears in my research, I came across that it seems they're doing two separate things. See, the females go into a different route. But rehab is being covered under insurance, but it's fronting sex trafficking and internment camps, indentured servitude. Okay? They get there. And it's very comparable to, I'm sorry, but concentration camps. I mean, their children get taken, which then they end up in the, I mean, in my opinion, it could be. I am not saying I made up these things. These are things that kind of just, I don't know, make sense in a way. So let's just take a listen to some things here. Disclaimer, I do not own all of the rights to this audio, but this is really some fucked up shit.
Core, Medicare fraud, just
well, released monthly across the nation. But a new podcast. This is 1A. I'm Jen White in Washington. Since the beginning of the pandemic, overdoses have increased monthly across the nation. But a new podcast...
Disclaimer, I am using this within the Fair Use Act guidelines and for educational and commentary purposes only.
Podcast shows that rehab facilities across the U.S. are exploiting those who come to them seeking help.
At times, I felt so trapped.
this place.
Okay. Now, this isn't old. This is... What's the date on this? Oh, damn it. February 15th, 2021. So a year ago. Yeah, ministry.
Mental toll on me. I felt like I was a slave there. It's almost like they tried to literally brainwash you. To me personally, it was one of the most clever, smartest scams I've ever seen somebody come up with.
This
is crazy.
This month, Reveal from the Center for Investigative Reporting and PRX launched a new investigation 3 years in the making.
A new investigation 3 years in the making.
American Rehab explores a system that puts its patients through a form of indentured servitude and has its roots in a literal cult. Here to talk us through it is Laura Starcheski, reporter and producer for American Rehab. Laura, welcome.
Thanks. This is not fake shit. I mean, I went through, I found the most credible shit because I came across a video that was 4 years ago and I wanted to see, okay, well, let me see. Is this shit still going on? And turns out, yeah.
Yeah, Laura, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Also with us, Tim Rowe, who went to Cinecor last year. That's one of the centers profiled in the podcast for substance.
I looked it up. Cinecor. Still out there.
Disorder. Tim, welcome.
Thank you.
So, Laura, first let's talk about work therapy. What is it exactly?
Work therapy is simply the idea that someone who is seeking treatment.
Now, excuse me. The gate over, I think it was Auschwitz. The German words over that, I think it was work shall set you free or something like that, are also over the gate of, I believe, Ford.
For an addiction should be sent to work for no pay or pennies on the dollar.
So what they're going to do,
We'll get into
now get this, homeless people too. Homeless people too. In my opinion, that's why they're sweeping up those fucking, the tents, the homeless encampments. They're gonna call it a fucking crime to be homeless. This is, in my opinion, some distasteful truth and terrifying the gulag.
get into how widespread this is later, but how many rehabs did you find in your reporting that use this concept of work therapy?
We were able to find about 300 facilities in almost every state who operate with this work-based rehab model. And
Now, do they mean 300 facilities in each state or 300 facilities across the nation? I think they mean 300 facilities in each state, in my opinion. I don't know for sure.
And the minimum number of people that we found going through programs like this every year is 60,000.
Okay, now, free labor. 60,000, but are they coming out? Are they coming out? Or are they being worked to death? I don't know. I'm not saying they are. I'm just looking for the truth.
Looks into one rehab center in particular called Cinecor. Tim, you were actually a patient there. I want us to listen to a clip from the podcast where we hear your sister Penny talking about what it was like when you were at Cinecor.
So the two times that he did call here, he was only allowed to talk to us on speakerphone.
Oh, they tell ya. Backbreaking.
Okay? And somebody was with him. So he was like, oh yeah, it's great. You know, it's really great. The food's great. You know, he kept saying the food's great. And I'm like, why does he keep saying that?
There's something fucked up, man, in my opinion.
He was like, oh yeah, it's great. You know, it's really great. The food's great. You know, he kept saying the food's great. And
I wonder if they were putting stuff in the food, too.
Like, why does he keep saying that?
Tim just didn't sound like himself.
And then he's like, yeah, just check it out on Cinecor. Go check it out online. Well, he was trying to tell us something was going on without them knowing. You know what I mean?
There's really not too much there showing them being bad or anything.
Tim, what was going on for you in this moment?
It's kind of emotional just hearing that again. Because I remember I was very nervous. And I was trying to tell.
Once again, disclaimer. I am not. Nobody is saying that this is a fact or anything. In fact, I'll add a question mark to my title. I do not want anybody to think I have any intention of trying to break some case. I'm just saying that my whole life I've been the type of person who really likes to, study and learn and This was just something I learned about, and I'm just spreading the knowledge of it. That's all. I'm just sharing knowledge.
To tell my sister, I wanted her to go online to find out what this place was really about. Because there were rumors going around inside the place about, different things that were being exposed about Senecor, Medicare fraud.
Now, mind you, these places are getting free labor, plus being covered under health insurance.
Just their practices. I knew that where I was, it wasn't right for me. But in the previous times that I tried to leave before, they would kind of gang up on you and have a rebuttal for everything that I said when I tried to leave.
Okay, Ministry.
Leave. And they just had me unsure of myself.
Well, take us back to the beginning and how you ended up at Senecor, how you got
in your opinion, right?
Well, originally I was planning on going somewhere far away, and we found a place in Texas through...
So now think about it. If they're accepting Medicare and Medicaid, now say those are the only places that would, maybe, possibly, the only places that would accept the government insurance like that.
I don't know, a friend of my sister's, and this place had apparently just been bought by Senecor, and it was currently being remodeled or something. And they said that they had a bed open at their Baton Rouge location. And my sister asked me, said, "What do you think about going to Baton Rouge?" I said, "It's far enough for me."
What were some of the rules you were introduced to early on when you first arrived?
Their language, certain words. You always had to say thank you whenever someone would say something to you. You have to answer.
What? Okay. Really? I mean, I'm just saying that in this community where I get it. Stupid SG. You know? In this community of people who go to rehab, I'm bringing you some information that could come in handy someday. People with loved ones with addiction. I'm bringing you some information for you, for them, not for you, Ministry. I mean, for that, for people.
Back and then say thank you.
Sorry if I'm not drama.
If you got in trouble for something, ridiculous, like if I forgot to shave that day, or if my hair was too long, or if my shirt was untucked, someone could come up and say something to you about it, and you wasn't allowed to give any reasons, or you just had to say thank you. It was strange.
Did you have to labor while you were at Senecor without pay?
These are concentration camps. I don't know if, it's clear to people, but it is. People were transported to the camps in a number of ways, usually by train. I mean, hi, Bobby Ramos.
For the first 30 days, it was orientation, and that was
30
getting accustomed
days.
to
Okay.
Do you need a
to
moment?
the rules and regulations. I'm sorry, I just got a little emotional hearing that.
It's okay. It's okay.
30 days. Now, most rehabs are like 28 days. Aren't 5150s even shorter than that? But you got 30 days covered by Medicare or Medicaid. Okay?
It's okay. Take a moment, Tim. Take a moment. Laura, how common is this sort of rehab center when we look at the larger landscape of rehab in America?
Well, when our team started looking into rehabs like this about 3 years ago, it started with just one.
I'm telling you, because that's what got me. It was the video I found was rehabs in Florida were making a killing off. They were keeping these people drugged up and sex trafficking the women. I mean, and the men, like, they were all separated, of course, but the men were ended up in and like in Texas, the men would be in Texas. I mean, everywhere though. Oh my God. To find out that it was still going on.
Rehab in Oklahoma that was sending participants to work at a chicken plant. And from there, the team found another rehab in North Carolina, sending people to work at assisted living facilities, bathing and clothing elderly residents and dispensing some of the same medications that they might have had substance issues with.
Before this, though. Before this took over. This company went across and bought them.
And it took us a couple years to come to that tally to find about 300 different facilities sending people to work with no pay or for pennies on the dollar. And we know that that's just a minimum number because the majority of the...
It's crazy. Isn't this incredible?
Of the facilities that we reached out to did not want to disclose information about how they operate. And we also know that most rehabs aren't even required to have a license.
What?
In many states.
Wow.
So there's no list you can go look at to find out how widespread this is. We just had to go facility by facility and find people like you, Tim, who were willing to talk about what they'd experienced. And
wow.
I just want to say that, Tim, I know you got emotional there, and we've heard that from so many people who've been through these programs, that it really leaves you with psychological scars. It's not only the physical work that you're doing, but it's being made to work without pay and being made to...
How about this shit, though, huh?
being made to feel that, you're not valued, and in some cases, enduring those kinds of abusive punishments and really psychological difficulties.
Tim, how did you get out of Synacor?
I ran. I ran out the back door.
What?
That day, the police showed up there. I guess my sister had called the police because they wouldn't let me contact my sister anymore. So she had the police go out and...
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but are you shocked? I'm shocked. I'm shocked that there's, this much forced labor going on beneath our noses, and, I'm just really shocked.
Go out and check on me, and they asked me if I was okay, but they wouldn't leave me alone in the room with the police officers. They were constantly, they wouldn't leave me alone to have a phone call. They wouldn't leave me alone with the police. It was intimidating.
You are shocked, yeah, right?
And so eventually you had to run.
Right, yeah.
Laura, how much do we know about the history of Synacor and where this place even came from?
Fortunately, now we know quite a bit because our team was able to dig into it. I don't know how much they actually tell participants now, but Synacor was actually founded back in the late 60s by a
Probably the insurance. I mean, I'm in shock. Like, if Walmart or any of those stores or those factories needed help, that they would take the free help, right? Why can't they pay them? And I mean, obviously, their treatment is getting paid for because of, I can't even comprehend. Hi, Cassidy. And and the other part, on the flip side of it, though, you guys, is that there's a side with the women too that go to rehab, and the women are being sex trafficked, and in my opinion, and their kids are, in my opinion, and well, no, not that. No, not like that, though. No. I mean, isn't that something, man? And so you'd manage to get all the, wow, I just can't. I can't. I mean, I can't comprehend that this is not news. You know what I'm saying? Like the millions of dollars they are billing is outrageous. And they're getting free labor. About for a while now, I've been wondering like where the people go. You know, like in Gary, Indiana. You know, in the urban cities there. Like, where's all the freaking people? You know, I think it was Catherine, me and her, we were doing Google Earth one night, and you know the sorry, the bins. Can somebody block John there, please? That person, secular. You know the recycling bins and stuff. You know, no, don't even say hi to that person. Just get rid of that person. Ah, never mind. Oh my god, come on. Kidding me here. Okay. Oh, really? That's such a weird thing to say. But he's got a point there, actually, huh? Right? Just saying. Yeah, right. Wow. Wow. So crazy. I thought that was secular. Maybe was it not secular? I think it was. Was it? Was it not secular?
Luke Austin, who was a kind of wannabe country music singer and a con man who had a violent criminal history. And he actually joined a different program called Synanon. That's the cult that you were referencing at the
Synanon. You know, I don't know the name of the cult, as they call it. But you know that David Paulides, is that his name? Of the I'm really sorry if that person wasn't a troll. His son was in a cult and then he killed himself.
At the top of the segment.
Took his own life.
And he modeled Senecor on this other program, Synanon. And so a lot of the rules that Tim was referring to and punishments that are doled out at Senecor actually come from...
Wow. Okay. Okay. All right now. So apparently that no. No, I'd rather not. I'll pass on that. You can do that if you want. I'm not that big of a researcher. I mean, if anybody else wants to research stuff, go right ahead. I'm just nah. I just throw shit out there, and if people want to do it themselves, they can. He's like, you're trying to play this, but he's not playing. Okay.
3 weeks after the lawsuit, Pomerantz wants to go home and drink a beer and watch Game 1 of the World Series.
It was in October of 78. It was the Dodgers and the Yankees, I believe.
So this is called joining the Synonym Cult.
And he's a huge baseball nut.
And he's looking forward to it. He gets home to his house.
He had one of these houses where the mailbox comes right into the house, and you reach in and get it, you know.
He sees an object in his mailbox.
But it's dark inside the mailbox.
Then there he sees what looks like a weird-looking package.
Don't be opening up any weird-looking packages. I don't know what that's going to lead to.
He didn't think anything of it, and he put his hand in. And then he had this searing pain.
And he is bitten by a rattlesnake.
When we get to the dormitory, we walk in, and there's a group of children who have shaved heads, and they're in overalls, and nobody says anything.
Say, this shit is fucked, man.
And one of the first things that happens is a couple of the kids walk over, and they start stroking my hair. Then this young woman says, "Come with me." So she takes me down the hallway to this bathroom, and she says, "You know, you're very lucky that you get to be here." And I didn't say anything. So she used some clippers, and she shaved my head. I'm so traumatized at that point. I look very alien to myself. I couldn't look at myself. My mom wasn't allowed to talk to me or even look at me, and it was just really devastating. I was always wishing that I could leave and wondering, when are we going to leave? I just want to have a normal existence. I don't want to be here anymore.
Telling you.
More people would come in, more people. Pretty soon, there's like hundreds and hundreds of people there who came in and moved in and lived there. And so they needed more rooms. So they went to parts of California that were isolated.
That's what they're doing with the homeless, in my opinion, allegedly.
Chuck thought of Synanon as utopian model for the world. This is the way the world should be. People should live together in peace, and there should be no racial animosity. But people should take care of each other.
By 1974, Synanon is completely unrecognizable from the drug rehabilitation that it used to be. It's
this has been going on.
Sprawling organization of complexes all up and down California. It's a commune. It's a sort of a socialist utopian community where people are working and the money goes to Synanon.
A lot of the people who came in had various professions. There were architects who helped design and build properties. There were engineers who helped with wastewater treatment plants and chemical testing of waters, and people with experience with trucks and cars, maintenance. Of course, I didn't hear anything, but it was room and board and food, everything we needed.
Synanon had 5,500 acres of land that it owned. It owned airplanes and cars and trucks and all this stuff. I mean, it was a huge business.
As time went by.
Now, I am not investigating this in any way, shape, or form. Disclaimer. I am simply putting out some distasteful, in my opinion, what I believe to be the truth. I mean, this is something that I, who think I'm pretty current with current affairs, didn't know. I don't know everything. But this is really disturbing to me. I don't know if the air conditioner is going to make it so you guys can't hear. So let me know. You're going to have to let me know if you can hear or not.
By its founder, Charles Dieter, became more, I would say, demonic. He began to encourage violence.
Charles Dietrich drew up an enemies list, and that became a hit list. It included certainly media organizations, and it included people that had left Synanon.
Just like Phil Ritter, this Synanon person who got out, wanted to get his child out.
His wife didn't want to leave, and there was a custody battle. Phil Ritter was suing.
Now, I wonder if it has something to do, possibly, maybe, I'm speculating here, with the Church of Scientology, also. Or are they competing? Are they competing groups? I don't know. Or just another name, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm speculating, clearly. Just truly speculating.
Synanon to get access to his kid. And so the fact that Dietrich was being dragged into court, that's what really pissed him off.
The Imperial Marines attacked Phil Ritter. He had a concussion. He got a fractured skull. He was beaten almost to death. There were 80 violent incidents involving the Imperial Marines.
The Imperial Marines? Now, what is that? What is this, like the Templars or something? I mean...
But nobody had this inviolable authority over the members of the organization that Charles Dieter had over.
What? I mean, this is incredible.
named them the Church of Synanon.
The Church of Synanon.
Could expose what
Really?
they were doing that had nothing to do with the church.
Synanon was intimidating these media organizations, and sometimes they intimidated them with violence.
I did live in fear that they would want to do something to me because Paul had gotten information from inside Synanon, telling him what was on this.
They said it and I couldn't make it out. Said around 1974 it boasted more than 1,700 members and had 22 million in assets, all which became tax exempt after they became registered as a church. Here's the name, ministry. I don't know if you want to write this down. Charles Diederich, like Dederich, cultivated the Imperial Marines. Disclaimer, this is all for commentary and educational purposes only.
Wire. Something about I had to be dealt with. Diederich was going on about it. And one day I was in my apartment and there was a knock on my door, and I had my TV on and the lights on so someone could look under the door and know I was there. And I look through the people and I see this guy. He had a beard and he had
Scary shit here.
a mustache. I knew he was sitting on it. And he just kept knocking. And I didn't want to say, who is it? I didn't want to answer because I knew who he was. So I called the city editor, stay there, don't open that door. I'm going to call the police.
I'll be right back. Un momento, por favor. Are you guys interested in this? Let's settle in here. Wow. Now, I mean, we've all heard about the Scientology one, but this one I've never heard of. I'm wondering if, in my opinion, allegedly, and I am just speculating, if that was a red herring. What's wrong with you? Here, Rosa, here. Take it. Really? Keep on dancing. Got to keep on dancing. Okay, so now that's the one back in the 70s. Now, this one that we're playing initially was the one from 2021. Okay? Like Sinatron or something. Please, Roscoe, go sit down.
This rehab program that was founded in the late 50s and actually gave birth to a lot of spin-off programs across the country throughout the 60s and 70s when, what we think of as addiction treatment didn't really exist at that time.
Can you guys hear this or not? Oh my God. Dog loves Vienna sausages. That's what I'm eating.
Tim, it's clear that your experience at Synacor has left you with some scars. How would you describe?
I wonder how many people who've gone to rehab don't. You know what I mean? The new one? Hold on. Sorry, I'm eating a chocolate chip cookie. I hate to eat it online. I'm just gonna eat this cookie real quick. Mm. Mm. Oh my God. Ah, stop it. Trying to find it spelled.
How would you describe how it affected you? Yeah.
At first, when I left there, I know for at least a couple months, I was really unsure of myself.
Maybe he'll say it. I don't know why I can't find it on this. It says Kenneth Chapman is now serving a 27-year federal prison sentence for healthcare fraud and money laundering. Interesting. Interesting.
So I'm sure of my thinking. And I guess that's part of the reprogramming of your brain that they do, which is brainwashing, really. But that's not what I went for. I wasn't getting any therapy. Basically, what they were doing, they were teaching me how to live, how to walk, how to talk in that facility, and go to work every day.
We got this message, this tweet from
Without pay.
Freedom to be for you, Tim. It says, I'm a survivor of labor trafficking. It is okay to be emotional on the air. I'm falling apart too.
Labor trafficking. Labor trafficking.
I'm in therapy for major depression and PTSD. Sir, every single thing that you are saying resonates with me. All of it. Hang in there. So that's a message for you from Freedom to Be. Laura.
Isn't that something? Who knew?
Some people who end up in rehab are there because of a court order. Do we know how courts are assessing these facilities?
Good question. Good question.
What we found in our reporting was that courts typically count success when they court order someone to a rehab program as that person not coming back to appear before them in that court. In other words,
so wait a minute. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. That just gave me chills. What they just said. Wow. 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 So, a facility's success rate, like what would determine what facility, okay, would be where they were court ordered to, okay? The success rate is based upon, not by any inspections or anything like that, or actually follow up with any of those people. It's that they never see that person again. The implications, what that could imply are comparable to the gulag. In my opinion, allegedly.
Of another crime after they're court ordered to the rehab. That's not a great measure of success, primarily because, that person may have left the rehab and gone on to another county and not been able to get stable and stay in recovery.
Or died. or was worked to death, and possibly speculating the gulag.
And, they may just be still living with active addiction. And so the way that courts measure success doesn't tend to correlate with actual recovery from addiction.
Right.
Tim,
Now that's scary. That's distasteful truth.
Since being at Cinecor?
Cinecor is the name of it.
About 2 weeks after I left, I found a place in Naples, Florida.
Okay, Bobby. Love you.
Naples, Florida. It was called the David Lawrence Center. That was the best thing that I'm so glad that I found that place. That they really did a lot for me.
How was that experience different for you?
Can you guys still hear this good or what?
Well, it was very pleasant being there. They had a swimming pool that you could actually swim in. It was a 12.
Now, here's something I wonder. I wonder if people can actually be compensated for the more addicts they send there. Like somebody who possibly says, well, we've got people we know in this particular area, and they'll let you, and they're procuring using, under the guise of being some kind of an outreach or something, and procuring females for places that are under the guise of rehabs. I mean, it probably could happen, I bet, Come on, stop.
It was a 12-step based program. That's what I was looking for. That's what that was a real rehab.
Laura, I hear Tim say that was a real rehab. And in your reporting, what did you find was at the core of the disconnect between what's being practiced at places like Cinecor and what we know around best practices for treating substance abuse?
Sure. I mean, I think when you look at how rehab centers are allowed to operate across the...
Okay, so who the fuck allowed them to operate like that?
Across the U.S., there's not a lot of regulation. Many are not required to be licensed, and there's no one there to ensure that they're at minimum, keeping people safe and not exploiting them.
Okay. What? I mean, what?
Much less using some of the evidence-based treatment models that we know can help people. There's just no requirement that they do that. And so
this is unbelievable shit. I mean, so what are they doing? What are they doing?
That ends up looking like is, our nation's neglect specifically of the opioid crisis means that almost anyone can hang a shingle up and open something that they call a rehab and exploit the participants, and they don't have
What the fuck?
They don't have to fear any federal regulation.
And Medicare.
And do you think some of that lack of regulation is connected to the stigma that's attached to some?
No. Because they said that they even send in some of those people into nursing homes to bathe patients, and they're not fucking trained to be doing any of that shit and dispensing medicines. So it's not only the stigma of drug addiction, it's trying to simply eradicate while making the most of them poor people.
That's attached to substance abuse.
I do. When we looked back at
what about the old people? What did they do?
A lot of these programs, a lot of them operated, at least at first, as sort of a fringe movement. And despite the fact that there's quite a bit of scientific research about what works and what doesn't work, that was
Not your baby doll.
Pressure. Pressure to use proven methods. So some of the rules and punishments that Tim was mentioning and that we've heard about from other participants, there's decades of research showing that those techniques don't help people
I hope everything goes well, not your baby doll. I'm sure it will.
They can even harm them. And yet we still hear about so many rehabs using them, using something that in a lot of places is called attack therapy.
What?
Where
Attack therapy?
And they can even harm them. And yet we still hear about so many rehabs using them, using something that in a lot of places is called attack therapy, where one individual may be surrounded and other participants in the rehab and at Senecor.
What?
At Senecor, even staff were encouraged to participate in this, would surround that person and basically tear them down.
We'll hear more about some of these practices after the break. That's Laura Starcheski.
So that's what's going on in the, allegedly, in the rehabs. It's been reported. I don't know. I really don't.
Reporter and producer for American Rehab. Also with us, Tim Rowe, who went to Senecor last year. Tim, thank you so much for your time today. We're discussing Reveal's new podcast, American Rehab, from the Center for Investigative Reporting.
Disclaimer, I do not own any of the rights to this audio. I am playing it for commentary and educational purposes only.
Correct. I'm Jen White. We'll hear more from you and our guests in a moment.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Discover Card. With prices soaring at the pump, Discover has your back with cashback. Use Discover to earn 5% cash back at gas stations and Target now through June on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate. They know every dollar matters right now, but you can count on Discover Card. Get up to $75 cash back this quarter with Discover It. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/rewards.
Do you talk about the news with your friends, your family, or think like American Rehab from the Center for Investigative Reporting and PRX? It explores the use of so-called work therapy within rehab centers across the United States. I'm joined by Laura Starcheski, reporter and producer for American Rehab. I want to bring another voice into the conversation. Shoshana Walter is the lead reporter for American Rehab. Shoshana, welcome.
So, do you guys, like, I don't know if anybody's started watching, lately, I'm sure, but understand what's going on? I mean, they're like these work therapy. More like free labor.
I've taken care of thousands of people who struggle with addiction. I've had hundreds die. I don't even keep track anymore.
You got to make good choices, and that's what they teach us here.
I don't think there's anything more difficult to do than sit through funerals for 20, 21-year-old kids.
America is in the midst of an opioid epidemic that shows no sign of slowing down.
Neighbors say they called 911 on this overdosed couple early Sunday morning.
The startling sight that greeted
a rehab jail for heroin addicts, it says.
West Side Milwaukee woman in March on a public bus outside of Philadelphia.
I'm in the town of Greenfield, Massachusetts, nestled between mountains and valleys.
Wow, this is where I live. This is near where I live. This is crazy.
But like many communities, it has been gripped by the opioid epidemic. But they've taken some innovative approaches to help fix this problem, and it all starts at their local jail. Tell me about what opioids have done to this community.
Opioids came into our community and started killing young people. And I think that was the greatest impact that it had on me personally, and why I devoted.
Welcome to Recovery Centers of America at Raritan Bay, located in South Amboy, New Jersey. We are a residential substance abuse facility providing multiple levels of care, including detoxification, residential inpatient, partial care services, intensive outpatient, and general outpatient services.
There were times where I was tied with both hands to the bedpost like this. Both legs. I'm naked, and he would inject me with either heroin or he would put a crack pipe to my mouth and light it for me. I was only 19, and I was just...
This woman was in rehab. They were doing that.
I was property. This story starts in Florida, the rehab capital of America. It begins with Simone, a 23-year-old addicted to heroin and crack cocaine, who's been bought and sold by fraudulent halfway homes and drug treatment centers across the state.
This is 4 years ago.
In 3 years, I've been to 45 halfway houses, what we call flop houses. Simone is one of thousands caught in a corrupt system of recovery facilities that illegally make millions from addicts' insurance policies. So, who are the people buying and selling addicts? They call them body snatchers or junkie hunters. And many of these hunters
Okay, no. I can't even get over this, man.
after something much darker.
I've been a cop since 1979.
That's Ted Paddock. He's the lead investigator on the Sober Home Task Force in Palm Beach County.
I've lived through the cocaine cowboys, I've lived through the crack epidemic. I've never thought that I'd be involved in something as terrible as this. Well, we're getting mixed down.
This is fucking unbelievable.
Probably. In this instance, it centers around urine samples.
So why urine samples? Well, to understand it, we need to go back to the Affordable Health Care Act and the Parity Act, which in 2010 required insurance policies to cover substance abuse.
After all the votes have been tallied, health insurance reform becomes law in the United States.
Providing health insurance coverage to treat addiction is necessary, but without regulation, scam artists are taking advantage of the system by running excessive and unnecessary tests, namely urine analysis. First,
How is that an unnecessary task? I mean, not every day, but...
single $30 store-bought urine test, you could get up to $1,500 in payouts from insurance
How?
companies. So let's do the math. If you run 5 tests a week on a single addict, that's $7,500. 6 addicts at 5 tests a week, $45,000. That's over $2.3 million a year, and the numbers keep going up. And even after insurance companies started to catch on,
What the fuck? How could they not catch on? I mean, how the fuck are they buying urine tests for $30 and billing them at $1,500?
these treatment centers would find other things to charge for: STD checks, massage therapy, pregnancy tests, and even DNA testing. And there you have it. Necessary, but without regulation, scam artists are taking advantage of the system by running excessive and unnecessary tests, namely urine analysis. For a single $30 store-bought urine test, you could get up to $1,500 in payout. That's over $2.3 million a year, and the numbers keep going up.
And even after insurance companies started to catch on, these treatment centers would find other things to charge for: STD checks, massage therapy, pregnancy tests, and even DNA testing. And there you have it, an illegal money-making operation with multi-million-dollar potential, all based on how many addicts you have and how often they pee. So that explains.
I'm just one voice anyway. Hey, secret society. I'm just one voice anyway.
You ever talk to a teenager? You know everything. And that is what traffickers prey on.
I think the role.
So-called in this county, they're largely unregulated.
These are people paid by the treatment center. I told her I can't keep it. That's over $2.3 million a year in the DNA testing. And there you have it, an illegal money-making operation with multi-million-dollar potential, all based on how many addicts you have and how often they pee. So that explains the insurance fraud. But there's another layer to the scam. Simone was at an AA meeting in New Jersey when she was approached.
New Jersey.
And you can tell I sat in the back of the room. And this woman approached.
New Jersey. That's coincidental, huh? At an AA meeting in New Jersey when a woman approached her. Huh. Huh.
Me. And I told her that I can't keep a needle out of my arm. And I'm 19 years old. The first question she asked me is if I had health insurance. And she gave me the information to this treatment center. Within 48 hours, I was on a plane. So why would a treatment center pay for a free flight to Florida? This is where the body snatchers.
Wow. I never heard of that. Wow. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah.
Each relapse, those
Who still receives bills.
We're being treated as a commodity.
And I'm 19 years old. The first question she asked me is if I had health insurance. And she gave me the information to this treatment center. Within 48 hours, I was on a plane. So why would a treatment center pay for a free flight to Florida? This is where the body snatchers come in. These are people paid by the treatment centers and sober homes to bring in more addicts.
These kids are being treated as a commodity.
Wow. Huh. Wonder if we got any in this community, or if we did. I wonder, huh? Interesting.
They can be marketers on the internet or snatchers on the ground, hunting for addicts in AA meetings or at local coffee shops.
We've estimated several thousands so-called in this county. They're largely unregulated.
And the hub of all this, Delray Beach. This past year, I stayed at a flop house on Swinton Ave.
Flop houses, but they're rehabs. Isn't that something?
Delray Beach. I stayed there for over 5.5 months, smoking crack and shooting heroin every single day, and they just ran my insurance. My mother still receives bills. Simone's mother showed me stacks of actual
How is this okay? I don't even get this.
bills from these flop houses, showing up to 5 urine tests a week, and charging her insurance over $115,000 for a 5-month period.
if you have a good insurance program, you're a gold mine.
Oh my
What we
God.
call
What? What? Wow. And then they made it where everybody had to have insurance.
Body snatchers, they are preying on the most vulnerable people there are, and they will lure them with cash, with gym memberships, drugs. To further complicate it, each relapse, those insurance benefits start anew.
And flop houses will actually pay you to relapse.
Wow. Each time your insurance starts all over again. Where some people have like a limit, a ceiling on what their insurance will pay for, actual, like diseases,
Just to restart your benefits.
I was struggling, I would, make a Facebook status or something, like, I need help, I'm gonna die, I'm scared. And I would have people reach out to me, just be like, listen, you go to this treatment center.
I wonder if that's why a lot of those women who get offered to go to treatment centers online won't go. That makes sense.
Give you a little bit of money.
Zoe was first given opioids at a hospital when her appendix was taken out at the age of 15.
Horrible.
My mom just standing over me. And I was like, I like this.
What a shame.
And then after that, I kind of dabbled a little bit until my mom got diagnosed with cancer. She started getting allotted. And I would army crawl in her bedroom.
Horrible, huh? How sad.
And I would just pour about 30 or 40 of them into my hand. I was 16. Fully addicted to opiates. And I remember I was laying on the couch and my dad came home early from work. He said, Zoe, you want to go see your mom today? We don't think she's going to make it through the night. And I just was like, no, I'm good.
Wow. My God.
Honestly, I was high. He came home later that night and he said, your mom died. The next day I went and used heroin for the first time.
Like Simone, Zoe was lured to Florida by a marketer who profited from her referral. But the story gets more complicated.
Wow, profited from their referrals. Wow. Seeing a whole different side of things here.
Those who were lured in become more than commodities for their health insurance policies. Many women become trapped in a sex trafficking scheme that cushions the profit of some of these owners.
So this is the area that I was in, and this is Northwest 13th, where I was. I haven't been back here in a while. This is the park.
Wow, you become an indentured servant.
I tried to hang myself. My mother tried to pull me out of that house. And they didn't know that I couldn't leave for two reasons. Not only am I hooked to crack cocaine, but I am somebody's property. And I cannot leave.
With help from her parents, Simone escaped from that flop house and is now a student at Palm Beach State College.
Wow. Somebody's property. Where do they fucking get off? Wow, huh? Crazy.
She says her classmates have no idea that she's one of thousands of women and men lost in what they call the Florida Shuffle.
We're about to go to the Motel 6. It's great for trafficking because the highway is right there.
Wow, how horrible, huh? Somebody would stay there with their kids maybe, not even know.
When women come down here, they do in fact become sort of the property and a commodity that's to be traded. It's like a hellhole where they end up powerless, no options, in the hands of people who are going to trade them.
This is crazy.
There are girls that are 12, 13 years old.
We hear that they're being passed around, groups of girls that are moved from place to place, treated like.
Oh, really? Potrera. Had you heard of this before? I mean, this is so incredible to me, Jebediah. I mean, mind if I call you Jeb? Or JM? JP? No, I haven't. Oh, is this a movie or is it a that I'm looking at? I'm not finding anything on it. The Portrayal View. Written by Jim Cox. I wonder if he's related to the politician. I wonder. Well, they don't put too much out there. To conventional drug treatment. The rise of online exploitation of adolescent girls. Wow. I mean, this is crazy. I think it's like turned into like a big, huge corporation now. That whole cult thing. Like it's still going. Hi, Bobby. Wow. It's so similar, it seems, to like the Dianetics and stuff, you know? Wow. So weird. Portrait of an... Wow, I can't even get over this shit. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's almost like even like the whole MK Ultra thing. Just testing people, like, oh my god. So crazy. So crazy. So weird.
Like chattel.
Authorities have made over 30.
What we call
A room. And this woman approached me. And I told her I to this treatment center. I stayed there for over 5.5 months, smoking crack and shooting heroin.
Oh yeah.
And they just ran my insurance. My mother
Jeff.
still receives bills.
Simone's mother showed me stacks of actual bills from these flop houses, showing up to 5 urine tests a week, and charging her insurance over $115,000 for a 5-month period.
If you have a good insurance program,
I can't get over this.
you're a gold mine. What we call body snatchers, they are preying on the most vulnerable people there are, and they will lure them with cash, with gym memberships, drugs. To further complicate it, each relapse, those insurance benefits start anew.
Can't believe that. I mean, this didn't just slip through the cracks. This is something that, you know, they just don't put out there because they don't want anybody to fucking know that this is where a lot of money is going to. Hi, Mary.
And flop houses will actually pay you to relapse, just to restart your benefits.
When I was struggling, I would, make a Facebook status or something, like, I need help, I'm gonna die, I'm scared. And I would have people reach out to me, just be like, listen, you go to this treatment center, I'll give you a little bit of money.
Zoe was first given opioids at a hospital when her appendix was taken out at the age.
I kind of dabbled a little bit. That's how my mom got diagnosed with cancer. She started getting a lot of it. And I remember I was laying on the couch, my dad came home early from work. He said, Zoe, you want to go see your mom today? I don't think she's gonna make it through the night. I just was like, no. Good. Like, I'm gonna sleep. I was high. Came home later that night and he said your mom died.
At this point, I really don't want to, like, have to go out and mod and stuff like that. I'd have to, like, go out and do it. I can't. You can email it to me. You could email it to me at bossypants68@gmail.com.
The next day I went to see
Simone, Zoe was lured to Florida by a marketer who profited from her referral. But the story gets more complicated. Addicts who are lured in become more than commodities for their health insurance policies. Many women become trapped in a sex trafficking scheme that cushions the profit of some of these owners.
So this is the area that I was in, and this is Northwest 13th, where I was. I haven't been back here in a while. This is the park. I tried to hang myself in. My mother tried.
With help from her parents, Simone escaped from that flophouse and is now a student at Palm Beach State College. She says her classmates have no idea that she's one of thousands of women and men lost in what they call the Florida Shuffle.
Horrible. And it was like Florida that took part in a lot of the, the opioid crisis. I mean, from what I've heard, in my opinion, allegedly. Bossy Pants 68. Yes, one word. At gmail.com.
Go to the Motel 6. It's great for trafficking because the highway is right there.
When women come down here, they do in fact become sort of the property and a commodity that's to be traded. It's a hellhole.
Excuse me.
Where they end up powerless, no options, in the hands of people who are going to trade them. You're a girl
Until they're fucking dead, and then they just become some Jane Doe or something. Okay, Jeb.
I'm 12, 13 years old.
We hear that they're being passed around, groups of girls that are moved from place to place, treated like chattel.
Authorities have made over 30 arrests in just the last year. The most infamous of these cases was that of Kenny Chapman, who pled guilty to multiple counts of money laundering, insurance fraud, and sex trafficking.
Money laundering, though.
Has represented some of his victims.
So he would actually market them in houses of prostitution. He was also giving them drugs to have them relapse so they could go to a higher level of care and he would make a higher profit.
I ended up in one of Kenny Chapman's houses. He had the houses so that they were not only able to be locked on the inside, they were able to be locked on the outside. The windows had locks.
Now, I find it incredible that it would take a sting operation or a task force years to do something that probably, well, first of all, we do know that a lot of this has been going on. You know, like, here, this person leaves a comment on this video 3 years ago. This is horrible. Why is this not in the media? This is the type of stuff we need to be informed of on TV. I am so sorry for these victims. May God protect them. You know, and this person says, as a counselor who really cares about the kids we treat, I am just sick. We can hardly get extra funding from insurance companies when our kids need it. To see people taking advantage of the system that is to be helping people treat and recover is pure evil. The trafficking is just worse than evil. Well, it's not people taking advantage of the system. It's the system taking advantage of the people.
If we did something that he didn't like, He'd lock you in a room, or he'd sell you for dirt cheap. He would let you know that 4 people just ran through you for $20. He didn't like. He'd lock you in a room, or he'd sell you for dirt cheap. He would let you know that 4 people just ran through you for $20. He would let you know that 4 men just ran a train on you.
Wow. Man. Wow. Wow.
For $20, he'd let you know. And he'd let you sit there and think about it. Wouldn't even get you high. Because now you want to get high, just to be numb. Just to not feel, to not think. I
Wow.
sat in a bathtub and filled it with scorching hot water and a gallon of bleach. And I sat there just scrubbing. Because I wanted it to get off.
Oh my God.
I wanted it to just go away. It didn't.
Wow. Wow.
Chapman has been sentenced to 27 years, but Simone says there are more like him.
I've found hundreds of other women that have experienced this, whether it's been through halfway house shuffling, being sold, being used as property, being prostituted. It almost becomes like a sisterhood.
The thing is, treatment can be life-saving for some addicts, and there are good sober homeowners and treatment centers actually trying to help people. But unless they're willing to take kickbacks, many are forced to shut down.
Sometimes I would get a client in, everything.
Unless they're willing to take kickbacks. What does that mean?
Fine. You go around 2 days later and they're gone. And I've had people offer me a lot of money to bring my clients for different treatments. The climate of recovery down here is just not worth it to me here anymore.
But Florida isn't alone. Flop houses and fraudulent treatment centers are popping up rapidly throughout the country.
Oh, come on, man. Why? Why are there departments set up to handle the insurance if they don't know how to fucking handle insurance? How do they know how to deny a claim for somebody with cancer, but they don't know nothing about their paying claims for false rehabs?
And the consequence is a dramatic increase of overdoses and deaths. And while law enforcement has cracked down on treatment centers in Florida, the problem is spreading to other states.
It's not just the Florida shuffle anymore. It's the California shuffle, the Arizona shuffle, the North Carolina shuffle, the New Hampshire shuffle.
Oh my fucking God. Please forgive me. My God.
It's everywhere.
I mean, it is a horror story. If you weren't paying attention, if this isn't in your town today, it will be tomorrow.
I was almost 3 years sober when I relapsed a few weeks ago. I don't want to be a statistic.
Gotta be some of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
I hope I don't end up killing myself. Because that's the reality of this place. I want to see the day I turn 30. That's what I want. I just want to make it to 30.
From the Center for Investigative Reporting and PRX, this is Reveal. I'm Al Letzi. Back in March, we were about to bring you a project we've been working on for years called American Rehab. Our reporters had been investigating a dark corner of the rehab industry, but just before we were about to launch, another public health emergency reshaped all of our lives.
And a whole bunch of people witnessed it.
We shifted gears to cover the coronavirus outbreak. All the while, we continued reporting on the opioid epidemic, which has gotten even worse during the pandemic, with dozens of states reporting a spike in overdoses. Today, we bring you that story, which we're going to tell you over the next...
I wonder if that could create the numbers to go up and be called a certain C-word related death. I'm just speculating.
...6 weeks. We started back in 2019 with a woman named Penny Rawlings. She just had a long, sleepless night.
Well, I threw up till about 5 o'clock in the morning. Cried. My husband tried to calm me down, tried to get me to go to bed. I finally fell asleep about 5:30, and I got up at 8.
Penny was not sick with a bug. She was sick because she had just read a story that made her physically ill, with a combination of fear and guilt, and she needed to contact the reporter.
I was like, I got to get a hold of this lady. I got to tell her that she's on the right track, that this isn't right. People need to know about this.
The lady Penny was trying to reach was my colleague, Review reporter Shoshana Walter, who we all call Sho. Eventually, Penny found Sho on Twitter, and they got on the phone.
Hi, Night Owl. Thank you, Mary.
It was your article. Well, I mean, I thought my knees were going to buckle underneath me when I started reading that.
Sho's story was about a drug rehabilitation center called Senecor, a place Penny had just sent her brother Tim Rowe.
Could you tell me, like, what happened? Okay.
This is important. They did again? What channel was that, Bobby? Where did they do that again? Bobby. Where did that happen? What happened? Well, they all go to Nitty's because he's so much more educational than me. Where were they talking about that, Bobby? Where? Where? I'll have to go through every channel now. Can I know? Hello? I didn't even know it happened. Can I know who? Can I, like, have a clue? I'd like to know. I mean, what am I going to do? Go through everybody's live streams? I didn't know it was, like, just about, like, YouTube. I thought we were friends. I thought we were, like, all on each other's side here. I just wasn't. Or you didn't hear anybody saying that? He told you that, but did he hear somebody saying that, or? I'm confused. Who is nothing but nasty and hateful? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't gone to see it. I don't know.
You know. But I mean, it does make sense. I mean,
I don't know what drama it is. I didn't know we were having any right here. I didn't know that. Did somebody say something? I don't
why
even
did they
know.
come in and do it? You know.
What's,
Why? Why do they come in and do this kind of shit? They get off on it. They have a. Would they come in and tell that person, go ahead and die already? Yes, because they're that sick.
what?
Like that little girl that had, she just passed not too long ago. She had that disease. Her name was Adele or something, and I just loved her so much and would say the most horrible things in the world. Could you imagine someone saying that to your baby? Well, my nose is running, so I'll be right back. This is nuts.
Oh, your husband told you? Oh, okay.
Hey, chicken lips, I love you back. What are you doing? Your baby's in the car with you if you're a narcoleptic. You know, but I'm thinking fucking beak of hers. But anyways, and I do not have a nice fucking word to say about her. She's an ugly beast.
Who's she talking about?
Because the dude woke up and had, you know, I was going to get my bong. You know, oh really, lipstick? Ask her if she ever was called that by anyone in the community.
Called what?
On that other and nodded out. But I'm thinking that he was probably on one for about a good week, you know, and he just passed the God, I don't know. Well, he would have been in the can around here too, Lori. If he just told him he was tired. I mean, maybe he was an epileptic or
Not your baby doll's aunt passed away too. Narcolepsy.
Because me being an ex-meth head, you know, on top of every other drug I was doing. I remember one time I was up for so long, I reached across my bed, kicking. It's just so annoying, just annoying that I don't go after anybody
unless they come after me. And I don't care. I'm not going to sit back and just let it be fucking done.
What is, so they, oh, okay. Do they really think that somebody over here is Munchie?
You know, I mean, I'm just fed up, but I'm also, you know, not going to
Munchie isn't female.
feed it either. Which put me to sleep, please.
Okay, I do really think they're talking about us over here. Fucking weirdos, man.
Yes, you know, thank you, Michael. This is so stupid. The whole thing is so childish, and it's just dumb. I'm in my 40s.
Oh my God.
Don't go around calling people stupid fucking kindergarten names. I don't. She calls me a scammer. Okay, first of all.
Well, I don't know about her, but her buddy Chicken Lips fucking makes some stupid kindergarten pictures, that's for sure.
I pay my bills, okay? My husband works. I got a man that loves me. Gets up and goes to work every day. And I wish to God that, you know, a good woman can find a good man, because I believe
I agree, Mary. I agree. Very sad.
everybody deserves to have someone that's good to them, you know, and I'm blessed. So, call me a scammer. You stay in a face of pie, you know. You jump in vehicles with men you don't know. You go off and go on a crack binge, I guess, every other month, or you call them muskers every day.
Muskers?
No. I like cream of wheat, but I don't like no grits.
Kiss my grits.
On weed, but eat that, I don't know.
Oh, Munchie was in there, and then suddenly Sharon comes in? Doesn't make sense. People are nuts over there, huh? Nutty Butters. Aw. That's sad, Bobby.
Blackout Frizz in 98% humidity with new Nexus Ultralight Smooth with almond protein and jasmine flower. Our breakthrough system creates an invisible barrier to block out frizz weightlessly. Nexus, see the science.
Hey everyone, this is a clip from my new special called Pale Tourist, which is streaming exclusively on Amazon Prime. You can check it out in the link below. Hope you'll enjoy it. Please hit subscribe and like if you enjoy it, and feel free to share. Thanks.
I saw a moose. Have you seen him? I saw a moose in person. I mean, or in moose. I'm a person who saw a moose, and I tell you, I don't feel like I was ready.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't know how big I thought a moose was going to be, but I was way off. I was way off. It was huge, and I feel like I should have been warned. Like someone should have been like, "You might see a moose. Get ready." My friend.
Do you know that moose can dive down into the water? Swim?
So you might see a moose. Have fun. Like it was a butterfly or something. Oh, you see a moose. So I was like in shock when I saw it. I was like, wow, whoa, are they shooting a Star Wars movie up here? How many people are in that moose costume? At least
This guy's funny.
3. It was huge. It was the size of like a transformer. It was gigantic. And then my friend was like, don't get close, it'll kill you. What? At that moment, I realized my moose knowledge didn't exist. I knew nothing about moose. Like, my moose knowledge comes from cartoons. In cartoons, moose are like, hey, how you doing? But in real life, they're like, I'm gonna kill you! How did that translate? Never hear moose in those animal songs, right? The cow goes moo, the cat goes meow, the moose goes, I'm gonna stomp you to death!
Hi, thanks for watching. Hit subscribe if you want. Sometimes I feel like I'm trying to get fat. Last night I was eating a pint of ice cream and I finished it because I'm American. All right? I took off the lid and I threw it away because I'm not a quitter, everyone. And because I care about the environment. I was conserving energy by not refreezing it. You're welcome. Of course, it was at night. You ever eat ice cream during the day? You're like, what are we, 6 years old? We just get our tonsils out? What are
This guy's funny. This is Jim Gaffigan.
there people around me? Shouldn't I be alone watching Lifetime? Those hoarders, those are the ones with the problem. I was eating a pint of ice cream in sweatpants like a man. My wife came in the room. She was like, Jim, are you going to eat an entire pint of ice cream by yourself? I was like, hopefully. Unless you selfishly want a bite. Jim, you have a 9-year-old daughter. Don't you want to be at her wedding? Not really, no. Wait, is there going to be ice cream at her wedding? Because if you promise, I still don't want to go. How would attending a wedding, why would that be an incentive? It's like, don't you die! In 18 years, there's an awkward party you have to pay for. And we need you to write a check. No, I understand weddings are an important event where we spend a lot of money so that
This guy's funny.
the bride can pretend to be a princess and marry her prince and live happily ever after because magic exists. And we're a bunch of weirdos. Weddings are kind of weird. I mean, what's the logic? It's like, well, we love each other. Why don't we pretend we have a kingdom? We'll invite you.
Pretend we have a kingdom.
Your parents' friends and my parents' friends, and we'll have a banquet. And the two kingdoms shall come together as one. And we can start our married life with a total fantasy before we go on a completely unjustified vacation. It's strange, right? I mean, weddings started off as these crude medieval ceremonies where women, daughters, were exchanged as property. Yet over the course of centuries, they got worse. That's why people cry at weddings. I can't believe we're still wasting money on this. Whenever I see someone crying at a wedding, I would say,
We're wasting money on this.
don't worry, it probably won't work out. It is nice to be invited to a wedding, but you always look at that invitation like, this is gonna cost me. Oh God, it's out of town. Wouldn't want to use those vacation days for vacationing. And you can tell how much a wedding's gonna cost you by the type of invitation you receive. You're like, oh no, this one's made of baby skin. And that font and the language on it. The Honorable Kingslayer cordially invites you to the marriage of his 40-year-old daughter to a live-in boyfriend of 12 years. Really, I want it. Because you have to get the newlyweds a gift because they've done nothing.
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
I see some of you are drinking. That's not the answer. It's not. Eating is. It's amazing how our attitude on alcohol changes, right? Because even as a teenager, you know it's wrong. You're like, I don't like the taste of it, but I want to look cool. And then in your 20s, you're like, what? This kind of gives me confidence to talk to the opposite sex. And then in your 40s, you're like, what? This is the only thing I like about being alive.
You are a good woman.
It's only funny because it's true. to some bars, head to a bar, right? Yeah. I never really feel comfortable right when I get in the bar. I'm like, who are all these strangers? But after a couple beers, I'm like, these guys are probably my best friends. Because your experience at a bar changes over the course of the night, right? As the night goes on, you see really why we go to bars. We go to bars so we can behave like children. Toddlers, really.
Well, hey, you guys, I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. I was going through a hard time with fucking disability and shit, you know? Sorry, you know?
You ever go to a bar at 2 a.m.? You might as well be picking up a kid at nursery school. It's the same experience. The behavior's the same in both places. Both places, there's always some strange yelling for no reason at all. You know? Both places, you go in the bathroom, it's obvious not everyone's potty trained. Both places, there's always someone crying, she was my best friend. But not anymore. Both places, occasionally there's a fight. You know, he was standing where I wanted to stand. So I punched him in the head. I need more juice. But at 2 a.m., people are drunk in bars. I love how we're always surprised when someone's drunk in a bar. We're actually shocked. We're like, look at that guy. He's wasted.
You know, sometimes, I don't know.
I came here to read a novel.
I mean, I worked since I was 15.
Most of the people that are drunk in bars are drunk because they're drinking shots. And really, the only time to ever drink a shot is never. No one's ever drank a shot and then done something they're proud of. Oh, I got wasted last night and then I went out and built some low-income housing. That never happens. You always wake up the next day and you're like, I need a new identity. Maybe 2 of them. Because if you're drinking... You ever accidentally pour out the conditioner first? You're like, oh crap! It's like $3! You ever try and put it back in? You're like, damn hole's too small. I always end up holding onto it and open the shampoo bottle with the other hand. Now I'll just fix that again. I would do anything for my wife. I'm aware of that. But there are people that are more romantic. Prince Edward abdicated his right to the English throne for the woman he loved. Isn't that unbelievable? He was forced to choose between the woman he loved.
Just recently, I had a colonoscopy where they shove a television camera up your ass. And before they do, I see this terrible thing happens to men after 50. Your doctor loses all interest in your testicles and takes an overwhelming interest in your asshole. You begin to forget what he looks like. He's always right here somewhere.
I don't know what muskets are.
It's invasive, I find. But before you get this thing, you get these laxatives to take. Now, these aren't your high-fiber, natural... I was on a plane going to Australia once, and we stopped at Singapore, and a man got on and sat beside me. I will never forget this as long as I live. He sat, I was at the aisle, and it was at first class, there was only 2 seats. He sat there, and he knew me from, he had seen me someplace before. He had really called, yes, sir. How you doing? Yeah, fine. But he said, I'm just in
This is funny.
from Hong Kong. I said, oh, really? He said, I've just flown Cathay Pacific. Have you ever flown with them before? No, I haven't. I often intended to. But they're fucking brilliant. Really, absolutely first class. I said, that's nice. The food was unbelievable.
I'm sorry for that. I'm not your baby doll.
Really? Yes. What did you have? He said, on the flight, he told me, barbecued goose with soy sauce, ginger, and spring onions. He said it was fucking brilliant. I'm glad to hear it. Whereupon he went to sleep, and he curled up in a ball like a squirrel. And we took off into the night through the
That's sad.
clouds. We hurtled up into the sky. Whoosh, and we settled down. And we're trundling along. And this man farted. I will never forget it. As long as I live. Not only was it the worst part, it was the longest. Maybe it was the position he was in. He squeezed his ass all up. But he was kind of leaning over and his ass was pointing up towards me. And it made the strangest noise. It was like cloth tearing. Did you ever see a movie with Errol Flynn where he was a pirate and he had a knife in his teeth and he dived from the mast of a big sailing ship? He dived with his... Oh, well, not quite. He wasn't one for diving with his... But he took a lunge at this other billowing sail. He stuck his knife in it to stop himself, and it sort of slid down the sail with the knife. Well, that noise is the exact noise his fart made. It was a kind of tortured noise. It was a kind of... Position. The finish with a sort of flourish. A sort of... But while the was going on, people were looking back. And of course, I couldn't see him. He was all covered up. And my hair was blowing up with this. These fucking thought I was farting out of my left ear. And then the smell came. At first I couldn't believe it. I thought, fuck, the plane's on fire.
And the single women who take care of their families too.
My eyes were burning. The paint was all changing colour. I thought, my Christ, don't inhale, you'll get cancer. I didn't even...
I may be close to retirement, but I'm as busy as ever. Careful now.
Need a lift? New Clairol blonded up. Up to 5 times lighter with no bleach. Our amino lift technique.
Drugs always got me into trouble. I was not waiting to hear this. I was doing a tour in Britain, and it was 89 nights from the tip of... Oh, so anyway, my sister told me this. And she swears that it's true. And I hope it's true. And if I tell it right, you will hope it's true. My sister is an retired school teacher. And she supplies herself to people who don't have teachers. She's a supply teacher. When somebody is sick or dead, she'll supply herself. And a lot of her friends do this as well. And her friend told her this story. And when she told me the story, I thought I would pee myself. I was in New York where I live, and she phoned me, and I fell on my bed's next to my phone's next to my bed. I fell onto my bed. You know that way you laugh, your legs won't work right.
Yay.
And I told my wife, I said, Flo just told me the funniest story I'm going to tell my audiences. It's about a dwarf. And she said, you can't be Billy. You can't. I said, why? She said, you can't say dwarf. I said, why the fuck not? Are we talking about dwarf? Well, surely you can say dwarf when it's a dwarf you're talking about. She says, they're little people. I said, the little people in dwarfs. person and a dwarf. One of them's a fucking dwarf.
One of them's a fucking dwarf. And one of them's a fucking dwarf.
We both know which one it fucking is. Don't give me that shite. So I decided to tell it. Her friend was going to supply herself to a school somewhere. And she got on a Glasgow bus. Oh, please be true.
I think it's funny.
She sat down and it just happened to be the last seat. And the bus took off and trundled off into the day. 4 or 5 stops later, the bus stops and a wee dwarf woman comes on. I've now compounded the felony by calling her a wee dwarf. She wasn't a particularly small dwarf. She was just a dwarf-sized dwarf. I'll probably get all sorts of complaints now. Damn this. Conley, I saw your otherwise excellent show. What a pity you descended to the dwarf story. I, personally, am a member of the Tall Dwarf Society. I'm 6'4". I'm proud to call myself a dwarf. I also do impersonations of chocolate biscuits, if you ever stop. Anyway, the wee woman got on the bus, the wee dwarf woman, had discovered there's no seat, and so hung on to whatever was nearest, the seat to the pole or whatever, and the bus took off. There was a wee schoolgirl in a school uniform sitting over here, probably urged along by her mother. She went over to the wee dwarf woman and she said, "Excuse me, would you like to have my seat?" Whereupon the wee dwarf woman flew into a rage. She said, "Oh, aye, because I'm a dwarf. You're offering me a seat simply because I'm a dwarf. Well, I have managed my whole life as a dwarf. It's not a problem to me. Keep your seat." The girl, cringing with embarrassment, went back to her seat, and the bus trundled on in silent embarrassment for a stop or 3. Then, oh, please be true, a big Glasgow woman was getting off the bus. Before she went up to the door, she went over to the wee dwarf woman. She said, "I'm getting off the bus and I'm leaving my empty seat here. Because I'm a dwarf." She said, "No, not because you're a dwarf, because you're another human being. I happen to be leaving the bus. My seat is vacant. I'm merely pointing out to you that it exists. As a matter of fact, I thought you were extremely rude to that wee girl and you owe her an apology. As a matter of fact, I hope when you go home tonight."
It wasn't that epic. You guys weren't here.
Snow White kicks your ass.
That was it? I thought it was gonna be better than that.
I think about opportunities for our kids, the direction.
Things TikTok make me buy that are worth it. The new incense waterfall burner.
But now I'm taking the shouting at animals. And it's a great down, it's a step down. But the old busy smell, I think it's Drippy Willy syndrome. I'll talk about the willy, I'm sure there's a Drippy vagina syndrome. But I think I'll give that one a miss. I think we'll draw a discreet nappy over that one. Well, I keep a very close watch on myself to see if I'm getting Drippy Willy syndrome. And I do. I keep a fucking very close watch on it. And as you get older, things get very strange. You piss much longer. And you drink a half pint, you piss a pint and a half. It's all very odd chemically. I don't know. It doesn't respond to logic or mathematics or anything. It just fucking happens. You're in there for days in the public toilet. People leaving. See you later. All the best. Oh, hello. You're new here. I have been here a while. That last guy just... And And young guys are coming in and going, oh, I wish I was young again. When you're a young man, you...
Hi, Tim.
I'm sure you've noticed it in bars. The guy will say, just hold us up, don't forget your tournament, just go for this. So, what are you saying? What are you doing? Huh? Guys and old guys are in there like this. It's really boring. You have to find things to do. And there's big lumps of stuff in the gutter for disinfecting. Some of them have got round with a hole in them. Some are square. You can try and move them around. Give your willy a bit of a squeeze, get the pressure up a bit. There we go. Here we are. Hey. Right, shoot. You have to do it back. What are you talking about? It's piss hockey. I invented it. There's a wee goal down here. The worst of those, the ones that don't, some of them go down to the gutter. The stone ones always do. Sometimes the steel ones do. But sometimes it only goes down to about your knees, like a trough. And stainless steel one piece. And it sounds like a drum.
And you burn off, okay? And that's indisputable, okay?
Can you guys hear me or no?
Now, the thing is, people think I'm having a go. I'm not, because I don't judge them. If I see a fat person, I don't make assumptions about them other than how they got fat. And this is the other thing. Not only is that what makes you fat, people know that's what's making them fat. No one got fat behind their own back. No one, and then went, what the fuck's that? It's not a surprise. It's
You guys like Ricky Gervais?
What do you want? That volcanic ash cloud. Was that you? Yeah. Yes, that was an act of me, all right. So I shouldn't pay out. No, that wasn't me. I was in Africa that day giving AIDS to babies.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Well, I'm glad I didn't cancel because it's fantastic to see you a happy, smiley face. Is probably feeling very fortunate that you managed to get a ticket to see a living legend. Or am I? I know. You lucky fuckers, you really. I'm joking, of course. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much for coming out, spending your hard-earned cash. I know there's been a recession on. Someone told me. I really. Has it still got? It really didn't affect me, if I'm being honest. Oh dear. We can laugh about it now. No, come on. I don't understand the recession. It wasn't until last year I found out you could go into your bank and say, "Can I withdraw my cash?" And they could go, "No." What?
Can you guys hear me?
No, got it. I've got £50,000 saved. Where is it? Lost it. Oh, have you checked the vault? It's empty. What was the point of that? You might as well have kept it in a drawer, you spotty little twat. I hope you enjoy the show. Well, let me know, won't you? If I say something funny, you'll laugh, and I'll go, I'll keep that in for the rest of the tour. If I say something that isn't funny, you won't laugh, and I'll lose that bit. So some bits tonight will be exclusive to you. They will be the shit bits, granted. Okay, let's start the show. Let's get on with it. No one wants to be here all night. You can have too much of a good thing, can't you? Like heroin. What? Although too much heroin is death, basically. That's when you know you've had too much. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. I'm fucked. That's the thing, though, with heroin. You know, try anything once, kids, sure. But know this, right? No. You think, I'll try heroin. I'll just try one. Give me a heroin. Give me one heroin, okay? Just have one. Oh, what's it like? Oh, it's fucking lovely. I can't just have. It's like Pringles. It's like once you pop, you can't.
Is it loud? Okay.
Oh, I think that's how it works. I'm not an expert. Believe it or not, I've never been a heroin addict. No round of applause for that. See? No round of applause for never having been a heroin addict. If I don't come out and go, yeah, I used to be a heroin addict. I used to mug people and shit myself in doorways. Right? Like, exactly. Oh, yeah. He hasn't done those things for a while. He hasn't done those things that we never did in the first place. Why are you applauding someone for suddenly acting like a normal member of society? It's like I've lost a bit of weight. I've lost about 20 pounds. Exactly.
I used to have a spiral perm.
Well, basically applauding me for only eating as much as I need now. I should have always been doing that. I got fat because I was a greedy, lazy bastard. There's no other explanation. And I needed people that they cut me down. They go, oh, well done, you look great. But they weren't telling me I looked terrible. They're basically saying I looked terrible. No one told me at the time it was really taboo. I needed waiters to come over and go, fuck off, you've had enough, right? And I've been criticised in the past for having a go at fat people. I've never had a go at fat people. I've only ever pointed out the fact that you get fat if you take in more calories than you burn off. That's simple science. I don't judge them in any other aspect of their life, but that's what happens. You get fat if you take in more calories than you burn off, okay? And that's indisputable.
I know, me too. I like him.
Okay. Now, the thing is, people think I'm having a go. I'm not, because I don't judge them. If I see a fat person, I don't make assumptions about them other than how they got fat. And this is the other thing. Wait. Not only is that what makes you fat, people know that's what's making them fat. No one got fat behind their own back. No one, and they went, what the fuck's that? Okay. It's not a surprise. It's a gradual process. You have loads of time to back out from this project.
Loads of time to back out.
Also, no one's sneaking into thin people's apartments and injecting their lettuce with 1 million calories. That doesn't happen, okay? They know what to do. If you've got a bloke and he's surrounded by cakes and pies, right? And you go, you know what's making you fat, don't you? He doesn't go, is it all the running? He knows what it is.
Is it all the running?
But I don't make judgments, okay, other than how they got fat, okay? If I see a fat person, I don't go, oh, he's fat, therefore he's jolly, right? A lot of them are miserable, aren't they? If I see a fat girl, I don't go, oh, she'd be pretty if she lost weight. That's rarely the case. Okay?
That's rarely the case, he says.
So don't fall for that, okay? A lot of them started eating because they had fuck all to lose. So, no. But there's no stigma attached because people don't even want to use the word fat now because they think it's derogatory. It's a real taboo subject, so they use euphemisms. They go, oh, you know Brenda, the big girl? What, 7 foot? No. What's she like? Brenda, you know, she's the one who's clammy even in winter. Just say she's fat. Nothing wrong with it. It's their choice. It's up to you if you want to be fat. It's fine. They go, you know, Brenda, she's out of breath just standing up at her desk. But even though it is their own fault,
oh, that's cool, Bobby.
Fault, I feel sorry for them, right? No, I do. Particularly fat women, because fat is a feminist issue. Men get fat and we just go, fuck it, all bought and paid for, you know.
Oh, bought and paid for. And now, isn't that terrible?
Same constraints of society, whereas women are inundated with images of how you should be, size 0 models, this diet, that diet, look like this, keep your man. And they make such an effort, don't they, fat girls? They've always got lovely hair. Oh, no, they're always having their hair. They've all got lovely hair. Always got lovely hair. Always got those lovely false nails. They make an effort. Anything but jogging. Right? They love high heels.
Sorry.
They think it makes their legs look less. It doesn't. It just. You can just hear them coming now. I don't want any fat people to feel uncomfortable at one of my gigs. So next time, buy 2 seats. I'm joking. I'm joking. Shut up. I'm not having a go. I'm just pointing out, you know. I was listening to the radio in England a few weeks back, Radio 4, quite highbrow. There was a discussion about political correctness. My name came up straight away, right? And there was this woman on there going, oh yeah, well it's not right. Ricky Gervais, he makes jokes about fat people. He wouldn't make jokes about gay people, would he? And being fat is like being gay. What? No, it's not. What? You can't choose your sexuality. As we've established, you choose whether to eat too much or not. You know, with your sexuality, you're born, you grow up, you discover you like same-sex relationships, and that's it. You're gay, okay? For being gay to be the same as being fat, you'd have to be born, be straight, grow up knowing you're straight, but gradually and consciously wean yourself onto cock.
Guys, listen to this. He's funny.
Happy 16th birthday, son. This is Raoul. Suck his cock. Sorry, father. Suck his cock. 16 now. Suck his cock. I'm heterosexual. Oh, with his newfangled words. Suck his cock. Come on. I don't like cock, father. Doesn't like cock. How do you know if you've never tried it? Suck his cock. Suck one cock. Suck. That's not sucking it, that's playing with it. Put it in your mouth.
Oh my God.
Have a go, you might like it.
Bye, Jebediah. Bye, Jebediah.
Last year, okay, going from New York to LA, okay, and me and my girlfriend were one side of the plane, there was the aisle, and the other side, there were these two huge fat women, okay, proper fat. One of them just got on and went, "Can I have a belt extension?" "Yeah, of course you can, you've earned it," right? So, proper. In fact, I was thinking of calling the pilot out and going, should one of us swap with one of them? Otherwise, we're just going to Canada. Do you know what I mean? And one of them was even fatter than the other one, okay? And she was there. She got on the plane with one of those takeaway buckets of fast food. Buckets. I mean, there's your first clue. When did that happen? When did fat people just give up? When did they...
Have a good day.
Oh, fuck it. Just treat me like a farmyard animal. Really? Give me it in a bucket. In fact, just strap it to my fucking head. And a bucket? Really? You want your meal in a bucket? Yes. Right? So, she's there and she's chowing down, right? And I swear, she turns to her fat friend and says, "This is the best fried chicken I've had all day." But I'm not having a go. I'm not having a go. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because even though it is their own fault, and it is their own fault, I don't know if you know this about fat people, they fucking love cake. They love it, right?
They love it. I'm a horrible person.
I blame the food industries because you go into a supermarket and it's just packed with that stuff. Everything's packed with hydrogenated fats and extra calories and sugar and butter and everything. And they love that, okay? And there's always a big door, isn't there, to a supermarket? It's always they've got a quadruple door, isn't it? No one's ever been too fat to get through the door of a supermarket, okay? And it opens automatically, so they don't have to waste calories pushing anything. There's just, and it's a good job it opens automatically. Usually it's glass and they can see the pie from down the road and they're in like that. Grazing, right? So, I say, keep the big door. Keep the big door. Sure, keep the big door. Come on, fat people. Come in and go. But when they get in there, it's all fresh fruit and veg. It's all whole grain. It's all stuff that's good for you, okay? Of course, they'll be confused at first. They go, well, that's not real food to them. They think Brussels sprouts is packaging, right? They're looking, where's the cakes? Where's the cakes? The cakes are over here, but the cakes are through a different door. But this door is human-sized, okay? So now they go, there's the cakes. They go, oh, fuck, I can't get in. I can't get in.
Yes, you can.
And they're starving. I go, oh God, what's this? I've got to eat some. What's this? A banana? And they go, oh no, I still can't fucking have a carrot. Back and forth for days. And the fat's fallen off, and soon they can slip through the door and have a cake. They can't get out again. No, but I mean, but we've got to do something. We've got to intervene. And people say, no, it's nothing to do with you. It's up to them. It's their body. It's their
$100.
life. And that's true. But we don't say that about habits. Or if you've got a heroin addict in the family, you don't go, oh, it's his life. He loves heroin. You know, you go, no, you've got to stop this. Please don't die. You get everything. Throw him in a cupboard for 3 weeks or something. You can't throw a fat person in a cupboard. You'll be back in like me. But you know, heroin addicts, they don't weigh anything. You can throw them around willy-nilly, right? In fact, when they're lying there with the needle going out, you just get the needle and flick, and they just.
I'd say $100. Get the needle and flick them.
Into the cupboard like that.
You fucking
here. You've got to lure them. They don't weigh anything. You can throw them around willy-nilly, right? In fact, when they're lying there with the needle going out, you just get the needle and flick, and they just go into the cupboard like that. Fat people, you've got to lure them in. A little trail of chocolates, and they just follow that anywhere like that. But we've got to do something because a third of the world are obese, and a third of the world are starving. The fat ones are eating the skinny ones' food, basically. I know most of the skinny ones are in Africa, so out of sight, out of mind, I know. But no, I can talk about Africa like that because I'm from Britain and we used to own it. We did. When we had the empire and we ruled the world before you took over, we owned Africa. But then in the 50s and 60s, Africa wanted to be self-ruled. They wanted independence. They said, look, we'd like to run ourselves. We went, fine. So gradually we started giving Africa back to the Africans. And by the 70s, it was totally run. Hello? Who's that? Africa? What do you want? We're starving. You should have thought of that.
$1,000? Wow, that's too much. Buy her a car if you're gonna do that. You're giving him $1,000?
Before you wanted
Oh yeah, well
independence.
she's going. Oh yeah,
Well, we didn't know
college.
there'd be a drought, did we? Drought? I'll give you a drought. This is true. When I was a kid, I was about 10, we had a really long hot summer, okay? And there was a hosepipe ban. You couldn't water your flowers. We've all suffered. So, that's true, actually. One long hot summer, and the water ran out, and we didn't know what to do. We thought, what could we do? And there was people coming around the house trying to tell you how to conserve water. They were saying things like, when you brush your teeth, don't let the tap just run. You know, put a little glass in. And they came around, they were putting house bricks in the cistern of the toilet to save water. And there was public information films on the television.
Send it to me, Mary. I'm sure just kidding.
And it was like a couple in the bath, and it said, conserve water, take a bath with a friend. Which I did. I say a friend, he was more a friend of a granddad's. But, no. £10 is a lot to a kid in England. What? He taught me a lot. Stuff like, wash it like that, give it here. No, he was a sweet old man. I used to call... Yeah, he'd draw the curtains, right? And he'd close my eyes, okay, and he'd sit down, and he'd put a top hat on his lap, like that. And he made a stroke, and I stroked his head. I got them a coffee making machine from Harrods, top of the range. They loved it. He gave me my present. It was just an envelope. This happened Christmas before last, exchanging gifts with old friends, good friends, quite well-off friends, if I'm being honest. I got them a coffee-making machine from Harrods, top of the range. They loved it. They gave me my present. It was just an envelope. I thought, oh, what's this, vouchers? Opened it up. It wasn't vouchers. It was just a card with a picture of a goat on it. I said, what's this? They went, oh, our gift to you is we gave a goat to an African family. I'm looking at the coffee machine. Is it too late to take that back? Is it too? What is it? Oh, we gave a goat to an African family. Did you? Oh, so I've got fuck all then, basically. I mean, I don't even know this African family. Why would I give them a goat? It doesn't. This serves no purpose at all. No, but this is no. Good for anyone. They're 50 quid down. I've got nothing. The African family's going, not enough to feed. Right? The goat is going, where the fuck am I? This is shit. What? A week ago I was gambling around the Cotswolds. There was grass and tourists with nuts. And this is a fucking dust bowl. There's no way that goat wanted to go to Africa. It was basically, no, it was kidnapped. It was abducted. It was put in a sack and bundled on a boat to Africa. Roots in reverse. There is no.
Well, you could save money if you do your first 2 years in the local community, and then you can switch to a university. Tell her you've got $1,000 set aside for her, and if she can get together another 1,000, you'll put it towards a car for her.
They went, do you want to go to Africa? He went, definitely not. No. Oh, come on. Why didn't you want to go to Africa? Lions. Come on. Why didn't you want to go to Africa? AIDS. Well, that shouldn't affect you. It shouldn't. So just be careful with that charity shit, particularly at Christmas. That's when they get you. They give you a guilt trip at Christmas. All the adverts for charity at Christmas. You're sitting at home, aren't you? Having your Christmas lunch. Loads of food. Too much food. Probably going to throw a lot of it away.
Did he do it, Bobby? Hi, Cassidy.
And things like this runs every Christmas day in England. It goes, is there an old lady near you cold and lonely this Christmas? Yeah, I fucking hate her.
Yeah, I fucking hate her.
Nosy bitch winds me up all year round. I can't wait for the cold weather. There's no old lady near me. She died last year of hypothermia, so result, yeah. Brilliant.
Brilliant.
The other big one is a dog is for life, not just for Christmas. Right behind that, I'm really into animal welfare. And that's obviously aimed at parents.
Yeah, I fucking hate her.
His kids go, can I have a puppy, can I have a puppy? And I go, no, can I have a puppy, can I have a... Oh, and they get him a puppy to shut him up, right? And the kid likes it when it's cute, it grows up, the kid gets other interests, gets bored with the dog, they love the parents with it, the parents get bored with it, they abandon it. 11,000 pets were abandoned in England last year, which is
Bye, Night Owl.
terrible. And I think, you know, kids should have pets. I think it teaches them life lessons. I haven't got kids of my own, but I've got loads of nieces and nephews, and they've got kids of their own now. And I want to be a cool uncle and give them what they want, but I want to be a responsible one too and not add to the stray problem. But I think I've solved the dilemma. Here's a tip. This is what I do anyway. You've got to wait till Christmas Eve and always go to an animal rescue centre, not a breeder. And I go along to an animal rescue centre on Christmas Eve. And I go to the veterinary part, and they've usually got like a runt who's been born sort of disabled with no quality of life, and they're just putting that out of its misery. And I go, no, don't kill that one. I'll take that one. And they go, it's only going to live a day. Perfect. So, and I run home, I go, don't die yet. A little bit of Starbucks.
Oh my god, no. Real quick, I'm gonna do this.
And I rush in, I call my niece, she comes running, Uncle Ricky, got your puppy. Uncle Ricky, got your puppy, yeah,
No, I was talking about Mary. Mary. I'm talking about Bobby.
Next uncle got your puppy, yeah, go and play with it, quick, go and play with it. And she takes it to bed with her Christmas Eve, when she sleeps with it, she wakes up, Christmas Day, dead, cold, stiff, gone. So, result, not a problem. And they always come down the next day, they go, oh, my puppy's dead. I go, oh, what, the puppy your uncle got you, he did his bit, and whatever happened after that isn't his problem. They go, yeah. And I go, oh, maybe you rolled over in the night. Oh, did I? Oh, no. Oh, no. And they start going, I killed my puppy.
Hey everyone, this is a clip from my new special called Untitled Chapter, which is streaming exclusively on Amazon Prime. You can check it out.
It's so detailed on the East Coast, and then it's just wide open spaces. It's almost like someone was working on it and they fell asleep. And his boss goes,
So it was whatever their council, the Sun Council, chose. Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time? I gave the last couple, I believe.
Oh, that live stream was so fast.
Maybe 3. And why didn't you tell them all the acts of abuse at that time? I was following advice from my counsel. Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial? There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse. And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Why was there a UK trial and another trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their council, the Sun Council, chose. When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you can recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp? Objection, hearsay. That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so. The objection is hearsay. Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for a date. All right, overruled. Thank you. A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in the deposition. Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting? Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. Objection.
Well, what's been indicated to us, but I don't know that Officer Bars can authenticate it. But if he can, of course not. I don't object to any pictures from that day that have been shot to the car coming in.
I mean, all right, anything further? I don't believe this. There's never countries looks like for the brand.
questions. Yes, and about how it could, a public bathroom, the lock could be broken, how you can't see it in the picture, things like.
Or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5, and it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship.
Springtime about 7 years ago, Erin Orcutt was loving her life.
No, I can't imagine, Bobby.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a great privilege to be able to be there.
When she wasn't busy with her son, she was busy working. Erin was a cocktail waitress at a restaurant in Ontario, California.
At the time, I would spend my weeks with my son. And on the weekends, I would be at work pretty much from Thursday night to Sunday afternoon.
But one Saturday in April, business was slow. Erin suddenly had an afternoon to herself when she left work early.
You get off in the middle of the day, you're excited about having the rest of your evening. You're not thinking bad things are going to happen to you.
But something really bad was about to happen.
When I got to my car, I had a habit of clicking my unlock button twice because it unlocks all the doors.
Just as Erin opened her door, she heard. At first, she thought it was just a coworker pulling a prank.
When did you start realizing that this is serious? When I saw the gun.
This was no joke. The stranger had a gun pointed directly at Erin. She knew hollering for help wouldn't do any good.
It's very rare for the parking lot to be empty. Unfortunately for me, it was empty.
And if someone did pass, they likely would not see the gun.
He held it very low to his waist, and he had a friend behind him who was kind of blocking from the aisle direction.
He had an accomplice.
Freaking guy opened her door. So think about that when you're going out to your car and you use your key fob and you unlock your door. Do not hit it twice. Only unlock your driver's side door.
Erin worried if she tried to make a run for it, he'd shoot. Instead, she followed his commands.
I got in the car, he got in the passenger seat, and told me to drive.
The accomplice stayed behind, and now Erin and her abductor were alone, leaving the mall parking lot on a ride to hell.
He didn't tell me where to drive, and since I grew up in the area, I knew the few places where cops tended to hang out. So I figured I would try to steer that direction. I contemplated driving my car off the road or ramming into somebody else or just
would.
Park and running.
Erin was also begging the strange man to let her go.
I pleaded with him, just, you can take my car, I'm not worried about it, I won't call the cops, just take my car and let me out.
When he told her to pull over, Erin drove into a restaurant lot where she'd always seen cops hanging out.
Hopefully somebody's there and maybe that'll scare him. The fact that there's a cop right there. Unfortunately for me, there was no cop there.
The gunman ordered her to drive around to the back of the building, but she couldn't.
There was a storage unit attached to it. He couldn't get back there without a code. He was very upset. He kept going drive around to the back, and I said, there is no back.
Surveillance video obtained exclusively by Crime Watch Daily shows Erin and her abductor pulling into the parking lot.
I'm parked facing a window into a storage facility, and there's, there's a gas station down the street. There's a Denny's behind me. There's a liquor store right there. I thought, there's no way anything's gonna happen.
But Erin was wrong. As soon as she parked, the gunman forced her at gunpoint into the back seat.
I started crying. He got in the back seat with me, and kind of sat where my car seat was.
He was sitting on top of your baby seat.
Stick out.
Erin says he then ordered her to take off her clothes. She desperately pleaded with him to let her go. He made it clear that wasn't going to happen.
It is 2 girls, and Jay here is making scrambled eggs with taco, and it's gotta come back.
I know this is all going to sound very crazy. My sister lives in Jupiter. She just texted us saying that she wasn't feeling well, that she went to the ER because she felt like she might have the coronavirus. And then she said that she was kind of put on this off-site facility to be treated. Her story doesn't make a lot of sense.
Gretchen Anthony's single doting mom.
Okay, now let's remember what we've started this whole live stream with. The whole sex trafficking stuff. This is 4 days ago.
Vanishes out of thin air. Her friends and family start getting these strange texts, but things just aren't adding up.
It sounds more like somebody has her phone and is possibly sending messages out to all these people.
Whoever sent those bizarre text messages took great pains to make her family and friends believe that she was at the Jupiter Medical Center, where her car and purse were later found. It raised more red flags than it ever resolved.
Seems like an odd story for somebody to just make up.
Police make their way back over to Gretchen's house. Her ex-husband, Jeff, has a keypad because they share custody of their child, and he lets them in.
Inside her home, investigators found some spray cleanup bottles and a rag on the kitchen counter. And inside of Gretchen's washing machine, there was some rags with substance on it that was blood-like.
Upstairs, there was a broken glass frame on the landing. And then in the master bedroom, on the comforter, there were small pieces of broken glass. And all.
Huh.
Also, what appeared to be small droplets of blood on the wall.
They then went out to the garage, which is detached from the home. There was a key that had actually been broken off in the lock of the door leading to the garage. So law enforcement forced entry into the garage in hopes of locating Gretchen, but unfortunately they did not.
It sounds like somebody she knows.
But they did notice that there was the strong smell of some cleaning agent and that the garage appeared to be wet, as though it had been recently cleaned. Or
Somebody who stays cleaning seems to be comfortable in their surroundings.
Closed down.
We determined that something indeed had happened. So at that point, we applied for a search warrant to further investigate inside Gretchen's home.
During the search warrant, they are able to dig a little deeper. There were what is referred to as a BLS, or a blood-like substance. There were droplets in the garage. Someone had gone to great lengths to actually clean up behind themselves. What was also of note was the garage had actually been rearranged.
That's got to be somebody she knows. I'm sorry to hear that, Bobby. What do you think about that, Bobby, huh? This is 4 days ago. What's your take on this case?
So items that were found in the garage that may have been up against one wall were now up against a different wall. Or items that were present previously were no longer there.
We utilized a cadaver dog. The dog handler received a positive hit inside the garage. When investigators visited Gretchen's home, we were approached by a neighbor. The neighbor asked if we were there. For an attack that happened on Saturday. We weren't aware of this before.
I heard, I was asleep upstairs in my room, and I heard a really serious woman scream, like just screaming, like she was being attacked.
Sometime between 6 and 6:30 a.m., she heard what she described as blood-curdling screams coming from Gretchen Anthony's residence.
The third floor?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I open, it's always open.
Wow.
Neighbor did not call law enforcement, but what the neighbor did do was she took a picture of a vehicle that she observed that was actually still.
Wow. But she didn't call the cops, though.
Running at the time.
Saw a truck backed in that I didn't recognize. It was backed in a couple doors down.
The neighbor also told law enforcement that later that same day she saw the vehicle back, but this time she didn't just take a picture of the truck, she actually took a picture of the license plate.
She said she noticed it because it had a lot of distinctive things in the bed, like a tarp covering it.
Detectives were
Wow, huh?
And in an effort to find out how it is this vehicle got there, detectives obtained surveillance video. And in the video, we're able to see a truck that matches the same truck we see in
Well, you could clearly see that guy in the picture.
Gretchen Anthony's neighborhood that this neighbor has taken a photograph of.
It does a complete circle around the east lot in the area where Gretchen Anthony's car had later been found.
They further comb through the video and they find the very next day at 5:30 in the morning, the cover of darkness, Gretchen's Mini Cooper pulls into that parking lot and parks.
We see an individual come from Gretchen Anthony's Mini Cooper. While we aren't able to see the face of this individual, we're able to tell that this person is very tall and they are dressed in dark clothing, walking away from the vehicle. After
Yeah, he looks real tall, man. Okay, Cassidy. Oh, that's sad, Bobby.
the neighbor informed law enforcement that she had taken a picture of the truck, the detectives were able to run that license plate in their database and confirm that that vehicle that was found near Gretchen Anthony's residence actually belonged to her estranged husband, David Anthony.
Knew it. Knew it.
During the initial investigation, officers reached out to David Anthony's phone and he didn't answer.
Gretchen's sister, Sarah, informed law enforcement that she had actually communicated via text with David Anthony. And David Anthony confirmed that he had in fact seen Gretchen on that Saturday and that Gretchen expressed to him that she was going to the beach.
That text message indicated that he...
That's because he felt comfortable there to clean up and stuff.
Had contact with Gretchen on Saturday morning, which was the same day that the neighbor heard the screaming.
Detectives want to talk to David Anthony, so they go to the last place that he was staying, which is his mother's house.
Hi, hey ma'am, how are you? Hi, are you David Anthony's mom?
And David's not there, his mom is. And she tells them that David came and took his black and white husky, and he told her he was moving out of the country to Costa Rica.
He had to fly to get to Costa Rica, so how...
No, he was planning on taking this truck. How was he going to get to Costa Rica with his truck?
His truck?
He had to drive there. That's what we told him.
Yeah.
He said, that's a long drive and stuff.
David Anthony is on the road, and he is...
Can't drive to Costa Rica, can you?
We believe he's our guy. It's important that while we investigate the crime here in Jupiter, Florida, we also have to locate him before he makes it across the border and possibly never seen again.
David Anthony was exhibiting strange behavior in the days leading up to his wife's disappearance. David was fired from his job in February of 2020 over anger issues. His employer said that he was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. One day he'd come in and have a really great attitude.
Mean?
Other days it was the opposite.
What's mean? Oh, me. Oh.
On March 15th, he was in Riviera Beach, and he was seen sweating profusely, and he was acting suspicious and bothering a couple of 15-year-old girls. An officer approaches him about his truck's license plate. The numbers were altered with black tape. David tells the cops that his daughter was messing around with the truck and that she did it.
Kids, what are you doing? You okay? Not wrong.
Hi, Tanger.
I'm trying to figure out why it was on there in the first place. No, don't take anything out of your car. Don't take anything out of your car, sir. 7094.
He is not complying. One cop actually pulls a gun on David Anthony.
Sit down right there. Do not move.
Get out.
Can I get up?
No, get down.
Get
down.
Get out now. David Anthony tries to get into his car. He's reaching under the seat. A big confrontation.
Wow. How come he's not, like, arrested for Murder.
Drop it! Drop it! Drop it! Whatever it is, drop it! Drop it! Stop resisting me!
Resisting me.
Down like an airplane! I get down like an airplane! Right now!
God, that guy's fucking mouth.
Got a big ass knife under here.
A knife, a bunch of cash, and a passport.
I saw it. It just, my stomach turned over. I was like, something ain't right about this dude.
David Anthony doesn't seem with it, and he seems to have a lot of issues at this point.
Anything you say can and will be. Hold on, no.
Guy's nuts, huh?
Hold on, you gotta listen to what I'm telling you. Stop talking.
He's arrested for resisting an officer with violence. He post bond on March 18th. He's out of jail just 2 days before his wife is last seen. It's now
Oh
obvious
my
March
God,
18th.
they let him out. He had a big knife. His fucking license plate numbered altered. And they let him out. And he kills his wife 2 days later. Oh my God.
He's gone, and David Anthony has something to do with it. Just days after his wife's disappearance, police find something else disturbing about David Anthony.
He came forward and told me he wanted to tell me a big secret. He wanted to confess something to me.
Serial killer. What is that?
Sex and Murder. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on HLN.
This season, I've only invited an elite group of competitors.
Human remains are surfacing in Nevada as water levels in the Lake Mead area, really continue to sink. 2 bodies have been discovered there in 1 week. And now law enforcement is investigating whether this man-made reservoir not far from Las Vegas has an unsavory past. Our national correspondent Nick Watt joins us from Lake Mead. Yeah, you have to admit this is quite unnerving for people around this area. Good morning.
Absolutely, Cheyenne. The fear of what lies beneath the surface of this, which is the largest reservoir in.
It's been fucking receding and receding and receding for so long. That's because of fucking Las Vegas and all their,
Delay getting out of the car.
Sorry, Kendra.
Non-responsive. I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour? Yeah, he was very upset with me, and I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events. All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip.
They were, as the saying goes, meant to be.
Really just in love with each other, in love with their kids, and seemed like a stable, normal family.
But peel back the layers of Robert and Sabrina Lamone's perceived stable, normal facade, and you'll find deep cracks in the marital armor, starting with some risky sex on the side with neighbors.
It was usually Sabrina and I.
A friendly bar in the middle of nowhere. A safe haven? Or the flashpoint of something truly terrifying?
He had visions of burning people.
What hellish fate befell Heather Young?
Just happened. I snapped.
It's just a little clearing in the forest. Onaway, Michigan. A few miles from the Canadian border, population slightly more than 800. A town so small the local hotspot is literally a safe place.
Safe place.
No trouble.
No trouble. It's a decent place to get some good food and have some conversation with people you know.
42-year-old Heather Young is a mother of three with an athletic build and a youthful personality, visiting this quaint little village of cherry trees and dairy farms with her boyfriend, Terry Gary. Heather's elderly father, David Dentler, says his daughter has been looking forward to this summer trip for weeks.
Jenny Webb had a magnetic personality, attracting everyone around. Tell me a little bit about Jenny growing up.
I always thought of her as the sparkle of the family. She loved life and she had a good attitude. Nothing ever got her down.
She was just the most happiest, loving person you'd ever want to meet.
The 32-year-old from Buena Vista, Michigan, had even more to be happy about these days. She was 8.5 months pregnant with her first child, a boy. Jenny's mom, Dawn, was in shock when she...
Who said that? They're not still saying that, are they? I hope not. A lot of blonde-haired, blue-eyed women going missing, I'll tell you. Strange. Crazy.
Who hasn't fantasized about hitting the lotto jackpot? Just imagine all those millions of dollars and what you can buy with them. Houses, fine dining, and even cruising the Mediterranean.
Hi, Mary.
Everything sounds awesome. But winning the jackpot isn't everything it seems to be. Most people dream about hitting the jackpot, but they should be cautious with their wishes. It's not uncommon for lottery winners to end up with nothing but shattered friendships, ruined marriages, poverty, or even death. Winning the jackpot, sounds like a dream come true, until the money draws out selfish and bitter relatives, scam artists, and charity cases from the shadows. Many lottery winners are left penniless after a series of bad decisions. This video will go over the second part of the dumbest lottery winners ever. If you haven't watched part 1, you can do so by clicking on the top right corner now, and then coming back to this video. Those stories are as mind-blowing as these. Now, let's get started with the dumbest lottery winner number.
I know, right, Bobby?
Number 10, Tonda Lynn Dickerson.
How would you like to earn $10,000?
Oh, they go right to her
Or
commercial,
better yet,
right there.
$100,000 a month, like Catherine here. This girl
Started with the dumbest lottery winner number. Number 10, Tonda Lynn Dickerson. Tonda Dickerson worked as a waitress at Waffle House when she received an odd tip. Because he didn't have any more money, her customer left a lottery ticket instead. He had no idea that he was about to change this woman's life forever, and not for the better. Later that week, she heard the news that she had won $10 million. The other waitresses were thrilled since they had agreed to split the wins before the lottery drawing. On the other hand, Donna did not know about such an agreement and planned to retain the money for herself. These actions resulted in a series of lawsuits against her.
Why would she have to frickin' split the money with them?
Eventually won and taught her the importance of protecting her assets. Tonda and her family established a corporation for this specific purpose. However, the IRS pursued her for not paying taxes on a gift of shares she made to her family through the firm. She challenged them, but lost, and had to pay $1.1 million in taxes as a result. A few years later, after all the money was gone, Tonda ended up working as a poker dealer at the Golden Nugget Casino in Mississippi. Number 9, Laura and Roger Griffiths. The marriage of Laura and Roger Griffiths ended in divorce less than a decade after the British couple won a $2.19 million jackpot. Roger pursued his rock star dreams by spending large sums of money to have his band release an album. Laura became familiar with the high life after the couple purchased exotic cars, a $1 million home.
So stupid, you know? My God.
Designer clothes, accessories, and a costly private school for their daughter. They invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in opening a salon, where Laura was later forced to work as an employee just to make ends meet. In the end, the couple had less than $10 and a shattered relationship. Number 8, Callie Rodgers. Callie Rodgers was another lucky winner from England, who got rich at a very young age, but she was even more.
I know, Bobby. It's disgusting. Yay, Night Owl, yay! Awesome to hear that.
Immature and less prepared to manage her new fortune than the previous couple. Roger was only 16 years old when she won the equivalent of $2.3 million in 2003. A decade later, in 2013, she only had about $2,500 in the bank. She burned through the money due to drugs. Rogers dropped about $300,000 on cocaine alone, as well as plastic surgery, high-end clothing, gifts, and partying. These decisions made Callie, who was 33 at the time of this video, live on benefits. However, since then, she has felt way stronger and completely different. Recently, she said in an interview, it was too much money for someone so young. Even if you say your life won't change, it does, and often not for the better. It nearly broke me, but thankfully, I'm now stronger than ever. Number 7, Curtis Sharp. Curtis Sharp won $5 million in the New York lottery in 1982. Unfortunately, his story was one of the rags to riches and back again. By 1987, all of his money was long gone, just 5 years after hitting the jackpot. Sharp's fortune would vanish far too quickly, thanks to multiple failed marriages, trips to the casino, reckless spending on sports cars, and lavishing gifts on friends and relatives. Fast forward to today, Curtis is a minister in Tennessee. According to him, other winners should walk away to clear their heads before spending any of their winnings. Number 6, Evelyn Adams. Evelyn Adams made lottery history in 1985 and 1986 when she won 2 multi-million-dollar prizes in New Jersey back-to-back. Her total winnings
Wow, that's crazy, huh? To win twice.
were just over $5.4 million. However, like so many other lucky winners, Adams couldn't get out of her way. She compulsively gambled her money, eventually losing most of it to the Atlantic City casino. But that was not the only deadly habit to her fortune. Giving too many expensive gifts to family members, spending on expensive clothes, and making a series of bad investment ideas completely destroyed her wealth. According to Forbes, Adams blew it all and moved into a trailer. So far, we have seen some unbelievable
I'm so glad to hear that, Night Owl.
stories of some of the dumbest lottery winners ever. But get ready, because it's about to be even crazier. Up next, number 5, Lisa Arkin. Lisa was the winner of a $1 million lottery prize in Massachusetts in 2004. She, like previous winners, purchased a home and took multiple vacations. She threw an extravagant dinner for 20 of her friends and family, ordering multiple bottles of wine for $200 each. She put her son in a fancy school and bought expensive furniture for her home. Lisa decided to open a restaurant as a source of income after realizing that $1 million didn't go very far after taxes. Lisa had no prior restaurant or financial management experience. Sadly, the restaurant didn't perform well, and she was forced to close it. Lisa's money was gone by 2007, barely 3 years after she won the lotto. Number 4, Marva Wilson. Marva Wilson won $2 million in the Missouri lottery in 2012. Freya Pearson, a good friend, agreed to help Wilson manage her money and do her taxes. Pearson, on the other hand, duped Wilson into signing over $400,000 of her winnings and depositing them in a bank account set up by Pearson, as well as giving her access to Wilson's other bank account. Pearson went on a spending binge, traveling, gambling, and purchasing cars and an apartment. Pearson was eventually convicted and was given a 5-year sentence on a
Come on, cover girls. It's time to turn it up. Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for 60%.
The Manson family is one of the most infamous cults in modern history, thanks in no small part to the notoriety of its leader, Charles Manson. But who are the other members of Manson's so-called family, and what happened to them after the cult finally fell apart? Sometimes referred to as Manson's right-hand man, Charles Tex Watson is believed to have been the only one with a gun on the night of the Tate LaBianca murders, thus making him the actual killer of at least 2 of the victims. In 1969, Watson was arrested and extradited to California. Although originally sentenced to death, his sentence was commuted to
He's got humongous ears.
life in prison after California temporarily outlawed the death penalty in 1972. After his incarceration, Watson converted to Christianity and became a prison minister. As of 2021, he remains in prison. Susan Atkins was another major participant in the Manson cult murders, and the only member to participate in both the Hinman killing and Tate LaBianca killings. Despite being warned not
This is a year ago.
to, Atkins testified against Manson and the other members of the family without a promise of immunity, and in the end her own testimony helped put her away. In prison, she became a born-again Christian and apologized for the crimes she had committed. She died in prison in 2009 of brain cancer.
There's no undoing, there's no wiping it out, there's no whitewashing it. It's there, it's a fact, it happened, and I was a part of it.
It was through Bobby Beausoleil that Manson became aware of Gary Hinman, who was tortured and killed by the family over 3 days in July 1969. Beausoleil, who had been the one to finally kill Hinman, was caught just over a week later and convicted of murder. As of 2021, he is still incarcerated and is today well known for the art and music he has produced in prison. While Mary Brunner was present at the killing of Gary Hinman, she didn't actively participate in the crime and was granted immunity for testifying against Bobby Beausoleil. Then, in August 1971, Brunner and some other family members were arrested after attempting to rob guns from a Western surplus store. The group's plan was to hijack a plane with the guns and threaten to shoot one passenger for every minute that Manson family members weren't freed. Brunner was sentenced to 20 years in prison, though she was paroled in 1977 and subsequently retreated into a quiet private life. Bruce M. Davis played an active role in the torture of Gary Hinman, and a week later became a participant in the killing of Donald Shore. In the end, Davis was convicted for his role in both killings. Unlike the other members of the family, however, Davis has actually come very close to getting out. Thanks to a spotless disciplinary record, his parole board has recommended him for release, although each time the recommendation has been overturned by the incumbent governor of California. He remains in prison to this day. Lynette Squeaky Fromm was actually never convicted of any crimes related to the Manson family and ended up acting as a kind of unofficial PR rep for the cult. In 1975, Fromm confronted President Gerald Ford in a public park in Sacramento, where she pulled a gun on him and even pulled the trigger, but no round fired. Fromm was arrested and sentenced to
She just looks like some young kid.
life in prison. In 2009, despite several instances of bad behavior, including escaping from prison on one occasion, Fromm was paroled. She hasn't been in any legal trouble since, although has often spoken publicly about her loud and ongoing support for Manson's cause. Sandra Good is one of the Manson family's few high-profile members who managed to avoid going to jail for any of the cult's major crimes. Nonetheless, she openly supported the family members who were jailed and even stood up for Squeaky Fromm after her assassination attempt against Gerald Ford. In 1975, Good and other family members were convicted of sending death threats through the mail to businesses she felt were harming the environment. She received a 15-year sentence, but only served a little less than 10.
And then I refused to leave. I said, I don't want out until my people get a fair trial. They had to basically kick me out.
Good continued to praise Manson after her
Wow. I mean, I can't get over this, you know. She was born October 22nd, 1948. In Santa Monica, California, the daughter of Helen Benzinger and William Miller Fromm, an aeronautical engineer. As a child, Fromm performed with popular dance group called the Westchester Lariats, which began touring the United States and Europe in the late 1950s, and had an appearance on the Lawrence Welk Show at the White House. Wow. In 1963, the family moved to Redondo Beach, and Fromm began using alcohol and drugs. Her grades dropped at Redondo Union High School, but she graduated in 1966. She moved out of her parents' house for a few months before her father convinced her to enroll in El Camino College. She returned home for 2 months before her father kicked her out following an argument, rendering her homeless. See, they shouldn't do that shit, man. That's tough love for you. Now look what happens. Yeah, something creepy about that ranch too, Spawn Ranch. Why would you kick your own kid out? So she dropped out of college in 1967 at the age of 19 and went to Venice Beach after her parents had thrown her out. Suffering from depression, she sat on a curb and watched a bus arrive, and Charles Manson exited. Manson stopped, looked at her, and said, "Your parents threw you out, didn't they?" Fromm immediately decided that Manson was a psychic. Manson walked away, and Fromm picked up her belongings and followed him. Manson had recently been released from the federal prison at Terminal Island, and Fromm became the second member of what would become the Manson family. They became friends, traveled together with other young people, Mary Brunner, Susan Atkins. She lived with the Manson family at Spawn Ranch, where they worked for their keep. It was owned by a family member's grandmother. Ranch owner George Spawn gave her the nickname Squeaky because of the sound she made when he touched her. That's weird. It's creepy. God, she got away with a lot of shit. I wonder why. I wonder why. Wow. What the fuck? How the fuck did this lady? Squeaky Fromm. She got away with a lot of shit. Wow. And she was like the first original member, you know, like besides him. That's fucked up. Says, Manson and some of his followers were arrested for the Sharon Tate and Leno and LaBianco murders in 1969. Fromm and the remaining Manson family camped outside the trial. Manson and fellow defendants, blah, 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 carved X's into their foreheads, as did Fromm. They proclaimed Manson's innocence and preached his you know what I mean. Fromm was not charged with any involvement in the murders, but was convicted of attempting to prevent Manson's imprisoned followers from testifying, as well as contempt of court when she refused to testify herself. She was given short jail sentences for both offenses. Fromm and Sandra Good moved into an older attic apartment in downtown Sacramento as they wanted to be near Manson after he was moved to Folsom Prison. She and Good lived in the third floor apartment. Man, I'd really like to know like what she was doing to live all this time. I mean, then she tried writing a book, but blah blah blah. Then in 1972, she traveled to Stockton with Nancy Pittman, Priscilla Cooper, and Aryan Brotherhood members Michael Montfort and James Craig in order to follow through with Manson's deal with the Brotherhood. This group met James and Lauren Willett at a cabin in November 1972. They forced James Willett to dig his own grave and then shot him because he was going to tell the authorities about a series of robberies that they had committed after they were released from prison. His body was found with his hands still sticking out of the ground. The housemates were arrested on suspicion of murder, after which Lauren's body was discovered in the basement. She had been shot to death. The Willetts' 8-month-old daughter, Heidi, was also found alive in the house. Fromm was released for lack of evidence. Except for Fromm. Okay, so, alright. I'm wondering if she was squeaky. She was squeaky. She was a rat. She was a rat. Yeah. In my opinion. Possibly. Very strange. The Sonoma coroners. Yeah. Did you? The coroner's office concluded that James Willett was killed sometime in September 1972. Just said that it was in 19... Although his decapitated body was not found until the beginning of November, he had been buried near Guerneville. Yeah, I'm sure he did. On the night of November 11th, 1972, they responded to information that a station wagon owned by the Willettes was parked in front of 720 Flora Street. All the persons subsequently arrested were in the house, except for Fromm. She telephoned the house while the police were there, asking to be picked up, and officers obliged, taking her into custody nearby. Police found a quantity of guns and ammunition, marijuana, and noticed freshly dug earth beneath the building. She was held in custody. Fromm was held in custody for 2.5 months, but never charged. She said she was innocent of any wrongdoing. The other 4 people involved were convicted. Wow. After leaving Stockton, Fromm moved into the Sacramento apartment with Sandra Good. The two wore robes on occasion and changed their names to symbolize their devotion to Manson's new religion, Fromm becoming red in honor of her red hair, and Good becoming blue. Prior to a Led Zeppelin concert in Long Beach in 1975, Fromm knocked on the hotel door of Danny Goldberg, vice president of the band's record label. Fromm, described as frantic with a nervous tic marring her face, asked to meet. "Hi, Diane," with Led Zeppelin guitarist Jimmy Page to warn him, claiming to have foreseen the future and wishing to warn Page of imminent evil, which she believed might take place that night at the concert. Goldberg stated that she could not see Page until the following night, to which Fromm responded, "Tomorrow night will probably be too late." After a long discussion, Goldberg agreed to deliver a message to Page if she wrote it down. Fromm was subsequently escorted away against her will, and the note was ultimately burned and never read. A week later, Goldberg saw Fromm on the television news after she had attempted to assassinate President Gerald Ford. On the morning of September 5th, 1975, she went to Sacramento's Capitol Park to plead with Gerald Ford about the plight of the California Redwoods. Dressed in a red robe and armed with a Colt M1911, there was no round in the chamber. Said she had deliberately ejected the round from her weapons chamber before leaving home that morning, and they found it on the bathroom floor. She refused to cooperate with her own defense during her trial, despite claiming that I was not determined to kill the guy. Fromm was eventually convicted of the attempted assassination of the president and received a life sentence under a 1965 law that made attempted presidential assassination attempts a federal crime. Attorney Dwayne Keyes recommended severe punishment because she was full of hate and violence. Fromm threw an apple at him, hit him in the face, and knocking off his glasses. She told the press that she came to get life, not just my life, but clean air, healthy water, and respect for creatures and creation. She attacked a fellow inmate in 1979 with a hammer. She was a hijacker. We're talking about Squeaky from the Manson family. On December 23rd, 1987, she escaped from federal prison in West Virginia in an attempt to meet Manson, who had testicular cancer. She was captured 2 days later. She professed total allegiance to Manson. Wow, she has a boyfriend. She lives in New York. And they live in a house decorated with skulls. Isn't that strange? Strange. Strange that they were all daughters of aeronautical and the other one there lives in Vermont. And they're mocked up.
He was a con, so he was very good at becoming what people needed.
Charles Manson, his name synonymous with terror and violence.
He robbed us from our parents, and he gave us back to ourselves.
In 1969, the whole world came to know about the Manson family after a series of grisly murders
Come on now.
committed by disciples of the notorious cult.
I feel very honored to have met him. And I know how that sounds to people who think he's the epitome of evil.
One of the most shocking evils of the night, he directed his followers to target a Beverly
I think it would be kind of weird if you did ever meet him, you know?
Hills home. Inside, they murdered 5 people, including 26-year-old actress Sharon Tate, who was nearly 9 months pregnant.
These stories of that have come out about his ordering people to do things. Never ordered me.
Now a new documentary on ABC takes us inside the lives of the so-called Manson girls. In the words of two women with very different memories of Manson.
Charlie was misunderstood. My name is Lynette Fromey. Was I in love with Charlie? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, still am. Still am. I don't think you'd fall out of love.
You know, I was abused. I was neglected. I was abandoned.
When Bobby Kennedy was assassinated in '68, I think it really changed the tenor of the 60s from a moment of hope and trying to change in a positive way to a dark. A lot of people were so disillusioned, they dropped out and moved to communes.
The Manson family lived on one of those Southern California communes.
One day, the couple that I had been living with said, "Hey, we want you to meet this groovy guy." Charlie gets up out of the circle. He'd been in the circle playing the guitar, and he, gives me a big hug.
I mean, I'm sorry, I don't, like I said, I've done a lot of research on a lot of, topics and subjects, and Charles Manson being one of them, and I don't know that I really feel like he had anything to do with that, I think something went on, but
And oh, we're so happy to see you. I just felt, someplace I belong, someplace somebody wants me.
There was plenty of interaction. There was plenty of lovemaking. There was plenty of dancing. We were always taking care of each other.
Diane Lake, who was 14 when she joined, says Manson exploited the women to further his personal ambition.
Charlie really was pimping us out, but it was in the name of, freeing your sexual inhibition. There was definitely a turn for darker and frenetic energy.
is she the one who does the Dracula ones?
Lots of new people.
Or no, that's Anne Rand, right?
Tex was kind of a drug dealer.
Manson's ambitions turned increasingly violent, believing a race war was coming and that the Beatles were sending him secret directives.
Charlie was all over this White Album, and
I wonder, though, if they were doing some kind of testing and shit there near that ranch. I do believe there was found, some toxins in the, it was ended up being destroyed by a wildfire, coincidentally, but, I do believe that
helter-skelter, he played it backwards, he played it forwards. He was convinced that they were sending him a message, that we, as a family, should go hide out until this war was over.
So we were collecting dune buggies, parachutes, canvas, knives, everything that we might need to go to the desert.
Tonight, the city of Los Angeles is uneasy. Zach and Sharon Tate and her 4 friends were murdered here in a rented home near Bel Air.
The next night, the group commits another murder, this time killing Leno and Rosemarie LaBianca.
Tex came back and was just furious. Where have you been? He had the newspaper in his hand. Headlines were Tate LaBianca murders. And he slapped it, pointed to it, and said, "I did this. Charlie told me to." What I remember most was they were almost proud of what they had done for Charlie. That was devastating, that these people that I had loved could do this, that this, it's not just talk.
Police believe the hippie clan is responsible for a total of 11 ritualistic murders.
Several members of the Manson family are arrested, including Susan Atkins.
Susan started telling her cellmate about Charlie and her participation in these murders and why and all of that. Then by December, the case was breaking open and they took all of us to testify before the grand jury. I'm a 16-year-old being interrogated, threatened with a gas chamber, and they committed.
For all we know, that guy, Tex, might have been threatening them with a gun to do those murders.
Me to 90 days at Patton State Hospital. The 90 days turned into 9 months. It was a blessing. All the nurses, my moms, I got psychological counseling. I went to church. Then my arresting officer took me in as his foster child. I had like a normal life. I had babysitting jobs. They were turning me into as the most viable witness that they could.
Squeaky Farm wasn't involved in the murders, but she was at the courthouse every day and was very, very dedicated.
Diane Lake and Lynette Fromey were not part of the murders, although Fromey would later go to jail for attempting to assassinate President Gerald Ford.
I tell my story and tell my truth because I felt like enough time had gone by. I lost my husband almost 5 years ago now, and I was trying to find myself. I feel very strongly that it's only by the grace of God that I was protected throughout this, and I was a victim.
Manson and his followers are sentenced to life in prison. They're also made into these very, very popular figures because the media was just all over this case.
I didn't want my kids to find out from a newspaper, from the media. So we told them. My husband and I told our 2 oldest children. My son was in college, and he slept with a baseball bat under his bed for a couple of weeks. It scared him. It kind of freaked him out. My daughter, she told my husband, she said, "Thank you for loving Mommy, Daddy." And he did. You know, he really loved me unconditionally. I hope that my story will help tell a cautionary tale.
And you can watch Manson Girls tomorrow night at 10/9 Central, right here on ABC.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more...
Yeah, George. What was his name again? Tex what? Tex Watson? Was that it?
So you're in your apartment and you see bored and you're like, okay, so if I can get his attention or do something, I can get my friends back in the court.
Initially, I was going to talk to him about the redwoods. There was news that the tallest trees in the world, or some of the tallest trees, I think they may be, that were in a little area up north in California, were in danger of falling because there was a creek around this forest. So, and I had gone to San Francisco and I talked to a general.
The leader of a drug and murder cult ordered the brutal slayings of actress Sharon.
They took Dennis Wilson hitchhiking and took Dennis home in Pacific Palisades in California here, and went in and met Charles Manson.
So Charles was at his house.
Exactly, and we began smoking hashish together. And he had a very cunning way of singing, smiling, the way that just attracted you and made you want more of what he had.
Which was nothing.
Which was nothing, exactly. And of course, we kept following him and thinking that he was the answer.
The price that he would have
The answer to what?
to pay for Charles Manson's love and affection was more than any man should have to pay.
This new kind of love that I found, I became willing to do anything for it, including lay down my own life including take the lives of other people.
Now, there came a time when you were around a fire, and he literally took a knife and stuck it into your rib cage. And he said, Tex, will you die?
Hey everyone, Stoner Van Houten here. It is December 2nd, 2021, and today happens to be Charles Tex Watson's 76th birthday. That's right. He was born on December 2nd, 1945.
There are two types of lizard or reptilian kind of beast.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
To the end of the book, there's a murder in there that I think the Manson family committed that was covered up by the law enforcement because it would have screwed up the prosecution. I want that looked into. There's also at the end of the book, there are these Tex Watson audio tapes that I found out about in 2008 when Watson turned himself in when he was alerted in Texas. He was at his parents' house. They called the police called the local sheriff, who was Tex's cousin, and his parents, and said he's wanted for questioning in these unsolved tape murders. This was November 29th. Nobody had been identified publicly as suspects. The police were just starting to figure out that these people had killed their victims. So 2 LAPD flew down to Texas. Watson was brought into the station, questioned by the LAPD, put under arrest. They had to extradite him, so the sheriff there, Tex's cousin, put him in a cell. The family called up a lawyer, Bill Boyd, who had actually represented Tex on a college case when he stole a typewriter from a college in a prank. Bill Boyd told me in an interview in 2008 that day he had Tex tell him the whole story, or Charles as he called him, about how he met Manson, why the murders were committed, how they happened. He said he spoke to me for 20 hours, and he goes, I've got all those audio tapes.
So are they going to play them or what?
And listen to those tapes. And he said, that's when he realized he shouldn't have told me. He said, oh, well, I couldn't do that without Charles Watson, Charles' permission. I go, are you still in touch with me? He goes, I write to him.
Now we remember the despicable deeds that put Tex Watson in prison for life. We can tell you that this cold-blooded killer of Sharon Tate and 6 others is raising a family and possibly ripping off the American taxpayer, all from behind bars. Our Alexander Johnson picks up on this frustrating story of the perversion of justice.
Geraldo, this is a California men's colony where mass murderer Tex Watson is serving a life sentence for the 7 grisly murders. It's here that he began to receive letters and then visits from a woman from New Jersey named Kristen. It's here that they married in 1979, and it is from within these same prison walls that Watson fathered 3 children and is alleged to receive at least $12,000 a year from a tax-exempt ministry and get the taxpayers to pick up the tab for it all. This is Tex Watson's picture-perfect family, the family he's raising from behind bars. From the comfort of prison, Tex Watson has enjoyed the pleasures of life he's denied his victims. California law permits inmates to marry. It also allows married convicts to spend up to 72 hours at a time in these trailers on prison grounds for what are called conjugal or family visits. How often does these visits occur?
Right now at this prison, because the number of people that we have, they could have one about every 3 months.
California is one of 9 states that allows inmates conjugal visits.
Wow.
Murderers, rapists, and even child molesters are allowed to father children while in prison.
All prisoners sent to the state of California or sent to any prisoners by court mandate, by legislative mandate, are going to have access to the programs. If we start screening people out as to who qualifies for a program in the institution, we're going to very quickly get in trouble with the people who review us.
I know what he did to my daughter. He's first slashed her face. She's an actress, right? And a very up-and-coming one. Then they proceed to stab her 16 times. And then, while she was dying, they hung her. And she was 8 months pregnant.
And guess who pays for this mass murderous children? The taxpayers. The family has reportedly received public assistance for the last 9 years, even though Tex is president of a corporation. We've learned that Tex Watson has managed to run a business from behind bars, a business that he calls a ministry.
Wow.
This tape, along with the newsletter he distributes to his
She
mailing
was.
list, reportedly brings him thousands of dollars. The president of the Abounding Love Ministry is Tex Watson. The vice president and treasurer is his wife, Kristen. And according to the IRS, as a tax-exempt religious organization, the Abounding Love Ministry pays no taxes. Watson has been running his successful ministry since at least 1988, and yet it appears the warden knew nothing about it.
The Abounding Love Ministry. Does that ministry have the same kind of protection? That doesn't ring a bell. I'm not a member of, or nor am I acquainted with the Abounding Love Ministry. No, I'm not.
It's one of your famous inmates, Watson.
Mr. Watson is corresponds, but he does not have a qualified ministry, nor is it registered with the Secretary of State, nor is it 501 accepted program.
So it might just be a scam.
I don't know. Do you have any information about that?
We do,
Wow.
and so does author Bill Nelson, who has been investigating Tex Watson and his ministry for the last 8 months.
It's a scam.
And they generate how much money from this ministry?
Well, according to his parole hearing, May of 1990, he admitted $1,000 to $1,400 a month income to this ministry, which he's president of. But he is boasting inside. We have contacts with inmates. Tex Watson is boasting inside that he takes in over $3,000 a month.
Wow. Wow. That warden did sound like he knew. He sounded like he knew the answer he was gonna say. I mean, how's he know it's not any of those things if he didn't know about it, you know? But he knew. He was getting a kickback, in my opinion, maybe allegedly. Wow. Yeah, but he was no good, though, either, that Roman Polanski. No.
She, to our knowledge, has never held a job outside of working for this ministry. The office is in the home. It's perfect because she's treasurer, vice president. He's president. Who's going to ask?
We are. I decided to ask Kristen Watson about some of these allegations. Yeah, I'm a reporter for Now It Can Be Told. I need to speak to your mother.
Thank you, Tanger.
I have a couple questions for you concerning the Abounding Love Ministry. Just a few questions concerning the amount of money that is generated from the ministries. How much exactly?
I am not going to do any interviews. I'm very sorry.
Your husband, Tex Watson, said that they generate about $1,000 a month. We're not the only ones asking questions.
3 statewide investigations. 3 agencies are investigating his wife's finances.
Well, I also feel that guy who was on the, what's his name? Steve something. Ooh, I couldn't be a forensic scientist cutting into dead people. But I could review cases and have a lot of questions.
The ministry's finances, the proper taxes being paid for this nonprofit ministry. There are 3 agencies presently looking into this.
Doris Tate, grandmother that never was, looks at Watson and his growing family and only wants answers to the questions that have haunted her since 1969.
Why did you kill my daughter? You entered into my daughter's house. You said
They say something to do with too that they had thought that was it Dinosaur? No, was it Dinosaur? something to do with her son and some song that...
The devil, I am here to do the devil's business, and you proceed to kill everyone in the house. For what reason did you do this?
What a good question. And here to help us answer it is State Senator Dick Springer of Oregon. He is a longtime supporter of conjugal visits for prisoners.
When they say his name, last name first, it's Springer Dick. Springer Dick. Dick Springer.
Mr. Springer joins us from our terrific Portland affiliate, Channel 2 KATU. Senator Springer, welcome. Looks like a nice day there in Portland behind you. Are you positive that these conjugal rights are the right thing? Are they the right thing for rapists and child molesters and mass murderers?
No, I don't think they are. Why should they have conjugal vigilance? I don't even understand that. No, they should not.
I'm satisfied that there are probably hundreds and thousands of inmates and their families who've benefited from the conjugal visit program, and also society has benefited because these individuals who maintain their family ties, for the most part, are able to return to society.
We don't want them to. We don't want them to. Nay.
Better able to become productive citizens if their families are maintained.
How do you think the voters in the great state of Oregon, a state where good sense seems to be bountiful, how do you think they're going to react when you pass legislation that makes Oregon the 10th state to allow these visits? Do you think they're going to look on you, sir, with a kind eye?
Well, that will be their decision. I think if they look at the successes in other states, if they looked at the fact that we've spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, built thousands of new jail cells, and there's no question whether or not we're truly any safer. I think Oregonians...
Oh, well, then that's just even more awesome.
Support families, they support literacy programs, they support drug rehabilitation, they support sex and drug offender programs. They recognize that 95% of these individuals are going to be out on the street.
She was one of the girls, right?
And unless we help them get the skills to survive and help them maintain a strong family support system, then their likelihood of reoffending and creating more crimes and greater cost to society is that much greater. So I think Oregonians will listen, look at the facts. If it's successful, they'll support it.
And
even if the
highest
inmate
rates
is
of
guilty of a
children going
sexual
missing
crime,
now.
will you let that inmate, he or she, be married in prison and then father children
It's strange.
in prison, children that the odds tell us will almost inevitably be supported by the welfare system of your state?
If the individual is otherwise eligible for parole, if the individual is married, if the individual's obeyed all the rules inside the institution, then the answer, a tough one, is yes. We don't castrate individuals because they've been convicted even of the worst crimes. We've stopped that decades ago. And if the family is otherwise prepared to accept the responsibility.
I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if her father isn't an aeronautical engineer. She was a key witness in the Tate LaBianca murders. I always think it's Yeah, I would think that's a conflict of interest for that attorney to write the book, Helter Skelter. People could set people up to write a book. Hmm. No, her father was a construction worker. They struggled. Dropped out of high school, ran away at the home at the age of 16 due to conflict with her stepfather. I think she was getting there and they were being like trafficked, pimped. Yeah, see? During her first night with the family, she had sex relations with Tex Watson. Watson persuaded Kasabian to steal a sum of money from her ex-husband's friend. And that she had brought her daughter there. Yeah, see? And then she had sex with Manson. Said she thought about driving away, but they had her daughter back at the ranch. Hmm. She lives in New Hampshire. They could be anybody. I mean, we could talk to them online. We don't even know. Scanter.
Susan Atkins is 28 now. She's just ended her first 7 years of a life term. She spent 5 of them here at the County Women's Institution in San Bernardino County. She's just had her first parole hearing and been turned down. But the people who work with her here say that she's made a remarkable change in the last 2 years. They say she's become a devout Christian.
Of course.
And she says she wants only to serve God. Susan Atkins feels that her horrifying experience with drugs can be a lesson to those that...
I always liked Van Houten or whatever her name is. I don't know why. Leslie Van Houten.
On a hot summer night in 1969, at a house on a hill overlooking Los Angeles, some of the same...
I heard in a documentary where, like, the next door neighbors, right? Like, the family, when they had walked down the street, they had, like, the night before, they had broken the street lights. So, the house next door, all of a sudden, you know, not right next door, you know, a little bit, but whatever, heard their hose on and heard, like, people laughing and stuff in their driveway. And so, the guy got up, you know, it was like an old couple, and they were looking out the window, and they saw, like, you know, hippies using their hose, washing themselves off and stuff, right? And the wife went to turn the bedroom light on, and the husband said, "No, don't," which was probably like the smartest thing he did. They probably would have just killed him. Could you imagine just that flick of the light? And they probably would have killed him. In my opinion.
Girls who once sang sweetly about souls locked in harmony, unleashed helter-skelter. I ran her down, and I began to stab her. Do you remember her screaming at you? Yeah, I remember her saying, "I'm already dead." The next morning, Jerry DeRosa was the first officer at the scene.
It was very quiet. And the only thing that I can recall here...
I'm always amazed that they didn't kill that guy, though, that caretaker guy.
For the sounds of the flies.
They killed his friend.
That were on the bodies.
DeRosa was one of the first to try to comprehend the savagery that brought an end to the decade of love.
The words pig were written in this area in blood on the front door, and the door was ajar.
A mocking salute written with the blood of a beautiful young actress named Sharon Tate. What did you see when you came in?
A large amount of rope that was on the floor. One end was around Sharon Tate's neck, and then
Horrible.
it looped up over the rafters here.
So that they choked each other. Bye, Bobby. They choked each other.
The floor. She's been stabbed multiple times.
The next night, more murder in another part of town. A wealthy businessman, Lino LaBianca, and his wife, Rosemary.
I knew that people would die. I knew that there would be killing.
In all, 7 people were butchered in the Tate LaBianca murders. The killers were finally arrested. Among them, 2 young girls with long hair and wide eyes, who said they did it with joy for a man named Charles Manson. This is how we remember them, frozen in time, laughing at murder. The girls the prosecutor called mutants, monsters.
Weird. I think they were doing some kind of testing on them.
Pat
MK
Ultra is now 46 years old. Leslie Van Houten, 45. They have spent almost 25 years in prison living with what they did.
I think that the violence in us is somehow nurtured and brought out and brought forth. You know, it didn't happen overnight. He spent a lot of time taking middle-class girls
I'll bet you by pimping them.
and remolding them. I only did what Charlie wanted. That was the whole thing.
I never told anybody to do anything other than what they wanted to do.
And if they wanted to do murder, that was okay
That was
with
none
you?
of my business, woman. I'm a convict. I'm an outlaw. I'm a rebel. I'm not a Sunday school teacher. Charles Manson, now 60 years old, still wearing the swastika of defiance. His intensity a reminder of the power he once held over 2 ordinary girls from Southern California. Patricia Kramickle's father was an insurance agent, her mother a homemaker. She was the plain, quiet girl who got average grades and sang in the glee club. In the summer of 1967, Kramickle was an 18-year-old secretary living with her older half.
Charles Manson, the American sex thief and mass murderer who died in prison at the age of 83, stoked his followers to the most horrible ends.
Before her first marriage, but when she was first incarcerated, Susan Dickens was engaged in 1976 to a man named Lori White. The two had originally met on December 31st, 1968, where she spent 4 days at his house in Topanga Canyon. White was a student at the University of Los Angeles at the time. Initially, Susan wanted White to come to the ranch with her, but he declined, saying that he was interested in her only.
In a scene described by one investigator as reminiscent of a weird religious rite, 5 persons, including actress Sharon Tate, were found dead at the home of Miss Tate and her husband, screen director Roman Polanski. Miss Tate, who starred in Valley of the Dolls, was 8 months pregnant and was found in a bikini-type nightgown with a rope around her neck attached to the body of a man. Among the other victims were Hollywood hairstylist Jay Sebring and coffee heiress.
So, where's the man that I was dealing with in this interview? Is it you?
Do I look like a man to you?
Well, where's the gentleman that I was communicating with in the letters?
Gentlemen, I sent this program.
The following program was recorded for broadcast at this time.
I kill everybody since day one.
16 years ago, Charles Manson was sentenced to die in San Quentin's gas chamber for the Tate LaBianca murders. Within a year, Californians did away with
Black hole sun, won't you come?
Chris Cornell was the dynamic frontman for Soundgarden. Their most iconic song, Black Hole Sun, was written by him in just 15 minutes.
Black hole sun.
Welcome back to our town hall, Finding Hope, Battling America's Suicide Crisis. And a reminder, if you're struggling right now or you know someone who may need help, please reach out to any of the organizations that we're showing you on the bottom of the screen throughout this hour. You're not alone. Reach out. Family and friends often wonder about the warnings. Anderson Cooper, his brother, killed himself, walked right by the mother and jumped off the fucking balcony. Signs of suicide. Sometimes there may be no indication, but many times there are things to look for if you know how to identify them. Joining me again is Dr. Moutier, and with me now also is...
No sign at all. No indication. She was just sitting there reading a book. He walked right by her and just...
who lost her husband, Chester Bennington, the lead singer of Linkin Park, to suicide. Also with us is Kirsten Powers, who recently wrote about her own experience during a difficult time in her life when she was coping with thoughts of suicide. She's a USA Today columnist, a CNN political analyst, and co-host of the Faith Angle podcast. So Linda, first of all, I'm so sorry for your loss. I appreciate you being here. I think when somebody well-known dies by suicide, there's such shock. So many people
The guy from Linkin Park.
wonder how somebody at the pinnacle of their career, how this could happen to them. And obviously in a family, there's always shock. Were there warning signs that you saw at the time or that now in retrospect stand out to you?
Absolutely. Absolutely there were. I am now more educated about those signs, but they were definitely there. The hopelessness, the change of behavior.
Create quickly. Design easily. Print beautifully. Discover.
As tragic as the murders of Sharon Tate and her friends were, they have come to overshadow the Manson family's next night of terror. It was the murder of Lino and Rosemary LaBianca that plunged Los Angeles into fear and paranoia. This is the messed up truth of the LaBianca murders. As documented by Linda Kasabian's testimony, Charles Manson called her, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten to the bunkhouse at the family's hideaway at the Spahn Ranch after dinner on the evening of Saturday, August 9, 1969. Noting that Manson instructed the young women to bring along a change of clothing.
We typed up an immunity agreement, and the immunity agreement said Linda Kasabian will receive immunity if she testifies to the truth in the so-called Manson murders. The truth is as follows. I knew exactly what was necessary to convict him, and whether that was the truth or not wasn't my business to decide. That was Vince's business. I said, Linda, if you testify to that, you're going to walk out of that courtroom.
There was no evidence that Manson himself killed anyone. The prosecution said that Manson was guilty under the rule of vicarious responsibility. The notion that Manson's plot to start a race war made him responsible for all the crimes committed to further it.
Remember, Vince is trying to push the agenda of Charlie just came out of nowhere and said, hey, we got to start a race war.
Yeah.
Bernard Crow, drug dealing, car theft, auto, none of that has anything to do with this. If Vince introduces anything outside of that, it starts to wash away that helter-skelter theory. Then you have that reasonable doubt creeping in. Well, maybe it has something to do with the drug deal. And Vince doesn't want you going down that road.
Sorry, guys. That was Hi, Tommy D. I'm so excited. Just can't. I have to go in a minute. I cooked. What's down? Alright. Alright, Rascal, please.
Find the hotel, vacation rental, cabin, castle, or chalet you want on Kayak. Search out.
Growing up, it's average childhood.
The point of view that brings them to something they don't like.
The prosecution used the race war as a basis of their legal argument. If the alternative theory is correct, might they have ignored the true nature of the events to gain a conviction? Whatever Manson's crimes, do the ends justify the means?
I think if he had had a competent lawyer, he would have either walked at the trial or walked on appeal, because there just wasn't sufficient testimony to convict him of.
I don't think so either. Alright, you guys, I'm gonna end this. Peace, love, and tacos.